Greetings and salutations, and welcome to Flintlocks and Fireballs, where a handful of mad actors attempt to survive the treacherous waters of Dungeons and Dragons. I am your host and Dungeon Master Jason Phelps, and I am joined, as ever, by Robbie. I am the Eggman Bellekom. Sam, they are the Eggmen, Burns. And Ellie, I am Dr. Eggman, otherwise known as Dr. Robotnik in the English translations, the arch nemesis of Sonic the Hedgehog, Sparrow.
I'm so angry that I'm not the walrus. I can't even begin to express how mad I am that I am not the walrus. Cuckoo to fucking chew. I'm so annoyed that I'm not the walrus. How did you not do that?
Because sometimes humour comes from subversion.
Rage! Only rage. No walruses, only rage. How dare you, sir?
How very dare you.
So I got the right, it is Dr. Eggman, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah.
So.
Eggs. It's just been Easter, actually. That's topical.
Yeah, it has actually just been Easter for us. Additionally.
Not as it's just been Easter for you. That was ages ago for you.
Oh, yeah. We, as an extra bonus, as well as it having just been Easter, have also just had, not just had, we earlier today, had some fried egg sandwiches, which was a treat.
It was an event.
It was a genuine event because of the egg shortages.
Yeah, we haven't been able to get eggs in London for ages, so having fried egg sandwiches was actually very exciting.
Meanwhile, in the countryside, I've been eating very little other than eggs.
Timothy, have you had any eggs lately?
Yes, actually. For lunch, I had an omelette.
Oh.
Goodness.
I had scrambled eggs for breakfast.
This is what news becomes when you're on lockdown.
Yeah.
This is
Still
what
no
becomes
flour
Three
here.
different forms of eggs.
We all had eggs today. Goodness, what a day we've had.
I was a lad, I ate 5 dozen eggs.
And
That's about
spent the next 3 days constipated.
Yeah, that's about as much as we can get away without copyright issues. Speaking of copyright
Let the
issues,
lawyers come. I've got nothing else to do.
speaking of furious constipation, it's time for us to squint and strain into the future and to ask future us what messages from the present.
Had any good shits lately?
None worth mentioning. It's future Jason with messages from the present. Listen up for a spot from our friends over at Kids on Bikes during the break this episode. This episode of Flintlocks and Fireballs is brought to you, once again, by you. A massive thanks to our crew members on the Flintlocks Patreon who help keep this ship sailing. Don't forget, there is a wealth of extra content and bonus features for patrons, including regular blog posts, extra stories narrated by the cast, artwork, and a monthly poll to help design an element to go into the game. You can check it out at patreon.com/Flintlocks and Fireballs. Link in the description. As with our last few episodes, we'd also like to mention the recently launched online group heist game Agent Venture, where you and your socially distant friends can infiltrate a corrupt corporation's HQ with nothing more than a laptop and an internet connection. Ellie and I both worked on development for this, and will both be GMs for the game, so you can check out the link in the description. And that is, once again, it for announcements this time. Back to you, past Jason.
Now future Jason has to tell me if he's had a good shit lately or not, and I'm very excited.
Sometimes future Jason doesn't answer these questions on purpose.
If he doesn't, I will be full of rage. More rage than not being the walrus.
Speaking of walruses, it's time for us to go into the middle of the prairie in a relatively landlocked location.
A relatively walrus-free place.
Yes.
As far as you know.
Wild magic.
In a solidly warmer than temperate, fucking Mediterranean, I guess it's technically temperate broadleaf area. So on that cheerful note, it's time for us to begin Flintlocks and Fireballs. Our land stands on the sabre's edge.
Our cities are a powder keg.
Brother chains, brother, no one's free. A life on land is short, you'll see.
So gather your muskets, gather your spears, we'll plunder the shores of Calcinea. No kraken, storm or spell we fear, so come and sail with us, my dear.
Previously on Flintlocks and Fireballs, the party travelled to Herbertsville, near the City of Thunder's Watch, amongst the 13 colonies of Eastern Sunder. There they met and finally managed to find Michael John Boot, the husband of Leah Leodon. They made their way to the Von Spearthrust plantation, which, along with a number of other agricultural estates and plantations, Michael had inherited, apparently due to the whims of a slightly insane and certainly incredibly vengeful old man who wanted to keep his family from their inheritance, known as Mr. Van der Sar. Now, the party travelled via carriage back to the plantation, running into a notorious gang of mounted bandits. What is the opposite of cowboys? It's just bandits, isn't it? Rustlers? Raiders?
I would say bandits or rustlers, yeah. Outlaws.
Yeah, outlaws. We'll go with outlaws.
Bastards.
Yeah, I feel like outlaws implies a certain level of class and the ability to afford a horse, as opposed to your standard, infantry bandit. Yeah. So a cadre of outlaws, led by one Mildred Millhill, maybe some relation, attempted to intercept your carriage. However, you engaged in a wild exchange, impersonating a dragon, a multicolored dragon, and at one point the carriage sailed off the improvised hoverboard that you created.
Yeah.
Flew through basically when the equivalent of your lorry jackknifing, the carriage flew through a flaming wall, caught on fire, and barely avoided catastrophically shattering on the ground due to a well-placed animate objects. Mildred Millhill escaped, however, along with a fair portion of her posse. That's the word I want to use here. Now, the party returned to the Von Spearthrust plantation, where they met one Marissa Welkin amongst other staff members. Michael's right-hand woman, chief servant and manager of the estates. While somewhat begrudgingly accepting Michael's hospitality, not wanting to outstay their welcome, but needing to recover, the party discovered a number of things, including Percival van der Sar's sex dungeon.
Oh shit, that happened.
Yeah.
Last couple of episodes have been wild, haven't they?
And a revelation that Percival van der Sar had not, in fact, left Michael the entire estate in a fit of pique because he hated his family, but instead it had been a plant. Michael had essentially been a patsy for an unknown but possibly nefarious organisation working through Marissa. Worse still, they discovered that Marissa had already betrayed Michael, having arranged a legal framework of essentially somewhere between indentured servitude and debt bondage, which she cheerfully called the sharecropping system.
Which has nothing to do with the sex dungeon.
Which has actually nothing to do with the sex dungeon.
Sorry, you used the word bondage.
This is a good point.
It's a mark of how bad that was, it overshadowed it.
The party broke into Marissa's office and also broke Marissa's office, finding proof of this. Leah, as the essentially heiress of a minor financial dynasty herself, was able to actually make sense of it and explained the trap to Michael, who somewhat lost his temper and fired Marissa at blunderbuss point. As she fled, Celestia wove a magic she did not know she had and bound Marissa's tongue for a month, unable to speak of what had transpired. The party returned to have a dinner. I'm going to say that it was a little awkward. There was a certain amount of eating in silence or kind of discussing what had happened in shock. And it was celebrated with a very victorious sponge cake.
Jeez.
With jam sandwiched in the middle and some cream. We rejoin you at just as you finish the victorious sponge. Well.
That's quite nice.
Oh, I do declare. Thank you very much, says the maid.
I'd forgotten you were there, sorry.
She is cleaning up the dishes as you speak. That's a mark. Well, my mama always used to say it's a mark of good service if you're never seen and always listening. I do declare.
Yeah, you like listening, don't
Right.
you?
She hurriedly clears up the rest of the plates and moves out with them.
What do we do now? Did we have a plan? I'm very full of cake.
That's a very good question.
I don't
Well,
know, I'm a few glasses of wine in, to be honest. I'm not sure. What do we fancy?
weren't we planning on trying to find out where Mildred ran off to?
Yeah. Forgotten the recap. You also discovered a few things about Mildred.
I'm having a moment out of character. I need clarification before we talk in character. What did I tell Marissa not to tell anyone? I cannot remember.
Let me check if I have written the specific wording down. Nope, that's for a different
And are we
game.
saying Gears? Are we saying Gish? What are we saying?
I think the correct Irish pronunciation, and you know, my Irish pronunciations are terrible anyway, but I think it's Gesh.
I like it better, so let's say that.
I think it's
Okay.
Gesh. I have no doubt that...
Not that Celestia knows the word for it,
No.
I think, so. I think it's just
In
something.
the book,
There,
in the Terry Pratchett series with the We Free Men, they say geese. And because they do a pun where it sounds like the word geese.
I don't know, is the short version.
But that is a very
that's-
weird, almost Scottish version.
Yeah,
I think is what they're trying to do.
I've said geese, I've said geese, I've said gesh. I like the sound of gesh. There is at least one stowaway who is Irish, and I'm sure that he will chew me out at some point about the actual pronunciation of this.
Honestly, like,
Just let us know.
feel
Just
free
let
to tweet
know.
us.
Yes.
I'm actually happy to hear that,
Yes,
because we
please.
genuinely don't know.
Someone,
and it's
please
hard
tell me how to
Google.
pronounce this word. I have been mispronouncing it one way or another since 2001, when I first read it in the 3rd edition Player's Handbook.
Difficult. Well,
Put
by
my
all
19
means,
years of confusion to rest.
if you're Irish, tweet us. Like, go
Yeah.
for it. I'm genuinely happy to hear that. That would be great. So what did I tell her?
Sorry, go on.
I was going to say my notes just said that specifically not to tell her allies about us.
Yeah,
Yeah.
The wording was she cannot. I didn't write it down, but I do remember she cannot speak to her allies about anything that has transpired here.
Yeah. Cool.
So
Awesome.
yes, you feel reasonably sure that, based on your instinct of how these spells work, for the next month her lips are sealed.
Yeah, Celestia's been quiet at dinner and has probably drank slightly over the acceptable limit of wine. She's been a bit quiet and starey.
Celestia is not the only one. Michael has also been. Michael has also been quite heavily drinking, and just seems somewhere between shocked and very quietly angry about the whole situation.
Valid.
Yeah, honestly. So valid.
Leah, by comparison, has helped herself to 3 helpings of cake, so apparently that is how she deals with stress.
She's just eating.
Right, so what are we starting a war? Are we stopping a war? What was the... Are we not getting involved? Because we did say we wouldn't get involved this time, but I don't...
We've always been fantastic
sure
at not getting involved.
Yeah, it's not our strong suit, really, is it?
Not massively, no.
No.
Well, there's wider things at play here, but for the situation immediately here, Michael, is there anything that needs to happen in order that what Marissa was planning isn't immediately put into effect?
Michael opens...
As far as I know, all of us are the only people who are aware of the full extent of it.
Michael sort of opens his mouth, thinks for a minute, looks to Leah, who kind of swallows her mouthful of cake. Actually, I think I can handle with that. We're going to need at least a couple of days to sort out the paperwork. Then it'll be a case of heading back to the nearest court, so I suppose back to Herbertsville, putting some pressure on the judge there if need be, and making sure that the new contracts are put through, and that we can work our way out of this whole indenturement, essentially.
Have you...
All right.
Are you safe to do that?
I mean... She kind of cracks her knuckles. Celestia, you have fought monsters. You have slain terrible beasts. You rescued me from the literal sea that was trying to kill me. You've never fought a lawyer. I have.
Ooh. Okay.
This is my battle. This is where I can fight.
I wasn't saying that you needed help with the lawyer. I know you're perfectly capable of that, darling. I was just saying you have to travel again. The things are terrifying. Do you need any help?
I think it... She looks to Michael. Honestly, especially given the recent revelations that maybe Percy wasn't the... I mean, don't get me wrong, Percy was a vengeful bastard, but wasn't quite as vengefully bastarding towards his own family as we thought. I think you might be right. Like, I'm a bit nervous about the rest of the Van der Sar family gunning for me, quite literally, after this morning. So... Yeah. Don't get me wrong, when we head out, we'll head out with a proper escort this time. But that is on my mind.
I think we need a chat with these bandit folks.
We do a bit, don't we?
Yeah, I don't imagine she'd be foolish enough to try and take you out again, but if we can, one way or another, ensure that she's not even going to try, so much the better.
I mean, I think you've certainly presented a credible threat.
Also,
I'd like to think
though,
so.
Melissa, that one.
Marissa.
Yeah.
There we go.
Aye.
Yeah, that one. She's in with the dwarves, who, am I right in thinking, are connected to Eurist, who we're also looking for? Or have I got the wrong end of the stick completely?
I don't know the first thing about dwarves.
So that wasn't really...
Oh, right.
I guess a
Fair
question
enough.
for you. That's completely irrelevant to your life.
No, wait. There was a dwarf that came by to talk to Percival shortly before he died. Dwarf woman.
Remember the name?
No, I think she was a lawyer or something.
Oh, is it going to be the bank? Do you think the bank's involved? Because they're definitely evil.
I mean, the bank have been evil for ages, haven't they?
Yeah.
We have no evidence for this. I look at Michael, other than the fact that we get freaked out every time we go to the bank.
I understand. They're a bunch of bankers. You're out by one letter there, dear.
But out of character for a second. We did do the vision where we saw her with the dwarves who are connected to Eurist. That did happen, didn't it?
You saw a vision where Marissa was speaking.
Sorry, it's been a while since we played, listeners.
Right.
I do apologise.
This is true. It's actually been several weeks.
There's a pandemic going on.
Shit happened,
We haven't actually recorded for like 2 weeks.
So if we're a bit like, what? Look, bear with us.
So you had the vision with, from Marissa's perspective, where the dwarf woman, just check my notes here. Yeah, so where the dwarf woman came and spoke to her, and she didn't talk about where she was from. She did talk about fixing the will and how it would be necessary to keep money channeled towards the war effort to make sure that their side came out the way they wanted. But there was not really any clear identifier of who the dwarf worked for.
Okay, so I'm just...
There wasn't.
I can say
a
this
connection
in
to
character.
Eurist.
Hang on, no, I'm just getting my dwarves mixed up. That's probably really bad. Sorry.
Well,
No, we've met a few. It's
yeah, but that's not okay, really, is it?
but the people who took Eurists, they're doing it for a reason. They're working towards some form of war.
Well,
It's a
definitely
different one.
Yeah, I mean, why would they be making the big metal boat thingies if it wasn't? It might be the same.
Those are never going to float.
They are, darling. I assure you.
Yeah, but they'd be too heavy to catch the sails, wouldn't they?
That's what I fucking thought.
Aye.
But apparently, this ocean and surface are full of mysteries.
Right.
Wine.
well, there's always going to be a market for more effective weapons, isn't there?
Yeah, I suppose so. So we need to talk to Millhill.
Yes.
Yeah. Work out who the other side is. Because they wanted Millhill dead. We know that much.
Yeah.
Because they put out a bounty.
And if
We don't know
the
much
people,
more than that.
Well, if the people that Millhill were with were any indications, maybe they're deserters.
Oh, they definitely are.
Oh, they must be, mustn't they?
Trouble is, we don't know what the sides are.
We don't actually know anything about what's going on here, no.
We are deciding we're going to fix this, but we don't know what the problem is yet.
Michael. You live here. Do you know anything?
Not a lot.
How up to date are you on your politics?
Bear in mind, I've been on a farm for the last several months.
I thought it was worth
a lot
asking.
of which I was literally in chains for. But from listening to Percival grousing, and from my vague attempts to get through the paperwork, I'm glad I've got you here for that, love. It's all right. We'll work our way through it. Yeah. It looks like there's. It's like a pot about to boil over. Is the feeling of it? Don't get me wrong. Everyone here, it kind of comes down to taxes, basically. Specifically, no one wants to pay them.
Carry on.
Right.
And up until recently, sure, technically people were getting taxed, but they weren't actually being. Frankly, it wasn't really being collected very well. But ever since the war, the war they just had finished, they've realized. It sounds like they're actually. Basically, the orcs are broke. So they need to actually get the money.
So now they're collecting.
Yeah. It was expensive. They're collecting properly. They've raised they raised some taxes, dropped others. But yeah, and there's been a lot of chatter, and I heard a bit of this when I went into town about essentially about self-governance. Not full-on independence, but like asking to declare our own taxes. So it's been pretty fiery stuff. I've heard about some writers and talkers out in the big cities. What was it, like the bell ringers, something like that?
bell founders.
Oh, right, like the people who make bells. That's it, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we heard about bell
Something
founders,
like
didn't
that.
we?
Yeah.
Definitely bell
Yeah.
founders. We didn't know what they were, but...
Yeah. So it's...
Yes.
Yeah, I've heard it. I've heard them mentioned a couple of times. Basically, just a whole bunch of long-winded stuff about we shouldn't be slaving under Orsiria's yoke. Yeah, that didn't go too well with me, but never mind. Anyway, yeah. So the big thing is, it's not just that though. Like, the taxes are what's pissing off the rich people. So it's what's pissing off Percival. But actually, a lot of people also fought in that war here, or were caught up in it, especially down towards the border with St. Gregorsville. So that's where a lot of the fighting happened initially. Don't get me wrong, a lot of it was over, in the waters, from what I understand. But there's a lot of bad blood left over, and so it's stinging people a lot that now we're being told, not even that we're being told we have to pay more as taxes, it's that everything's gone up in price. Because when you tax the rich people, they put up the prices for everything, So tea costs 3 times what it used to.
It's been a lot of fucking shenanigans about tea.
Yeah.
Oh, they love tea. Like, don't get me wrong, the orcs love tea. They can't get enough of it.
Heard that. Weird, isn't it?
Yeah.
Precious commodity like anything else, I suppose.
But anyway, there's a whole bunch of stuff, and
Isn't Orsiria really tiny?
pretty small. It's smaller than Wending, I think.
So how are they pulling off having...
They've got a huge fuck-off navy.
And they're very good at using
that'll
it.
do
Yeah,
By
you
all
can do a lot
accounts.
with a big navy.
Yeah.
it.
Hey.
Sorry, what?
Yeah, I know.
Hey.
Lord.
Despite himself, Michael laughs and takes another drink. Oh. He's not actually on the whiskey. He's got some sort of dark stout that he's working his way through.
I think I'm on the whiskey by now.
Oh yeah, you're on the whiskey.
Yeah.
I don't know a lot of the big details. Grand politics hasn't been my thing. But I think it's going to have to be, isn't it? Because I didn't ask for this, but I've got it now, and if you give it up, I'm sure the Vandersars will be very happy to take it back. Right.
Yeah.
And if they're anything like... If they are chips off the old block as far as Percy's concerned, well, I'm not going to lie, they clearly weren't the best of people given the way they were running their farms.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a pretty strong indicator there.
So,
Well, either way, we should get out of your hair tonight.
aye. We're probably going to take up that governor's invitation, Governor Buchanan.
Buchanan?
Yep.
Yeah, we had this conversation on the way here, I think.
Never mind. Carry
Yeah,
on.
she's the governor of Thunder's Watch.
Does she blink much?
I don't know. I never met her.
Find out.
Yeah, let us know.
But I'll take up her invitation. I mean, heck, one moment. He frowns for a moment. There's a calls out. Yana. Oh, I do declare. How can I help you? Could you get the stationery kit, please? Oh, of course. Yenna returns a moment later with some paper, and very carefully and a little bit slowly, Michael writes out a short note and picks up, of all things, a little ring with a little flat head on the end. Says, Percival had a proper signet ring. Hold up, this has just got an M in it. But apparently, that fucking Viper, she insisted I had to have one, so might as well use it. And there's a little wax-sealed M on it. There you go. And after a moment of hesitation, passes it over to you, Celestia. That makes you... Did I use the proper wording? Yes, I think agents is probably the right word. Yeah, so that authorizes you as my agents.
Ooh, that's a fun word.
To basically go and make and check out. If you need to get in to see the governor for whatever reason, you can basically say, "Oh, we're here to make sure that just to check if there's anything that Mr. Boot wants, etc., etc."
That's
fair
potentially
enough.
Very helpful. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
I mean, what is literally the point of privilege if you can't use it to help people?
Yeah.
I feel that way myself,
So,
embarrassing the small number of people who see it that way.
Yeah. Anyway, we're going to sort out the legal side of things here, make sure people are properly freed. I've no doubt it will cost us a lot of money, but what else am I doing with it,
Yeah, I look over it between him and Leo while I say this. If you're both happy with it, I'll check in via sending a little bit while that's happening, just to check that nothing terrible's happening and you don't need help or anything.
Michael looks to Leo looks to him, nods. That's fine.
Yeah, not loads or anything, just...
I mean, if you just want to call in socially, feel free sometimes, but...
Yeah. Will do.
No, thank you. It's appreciated. Yeah, so we'll sort out this here and probably make our way to Thunder's Watch, and if you're still there when we're around, I suppose we shall have a chat.
Yeah.
Or some coffee. Or even some tea.
If there is any.
You mentioned that, didn't you?
I imagine the price is going to go up sharply just around the corner.
Oh, yeah. There's going to be some really expensive samovars in Fire Eyes' shop. So, what's the plan?
We need to get in touch with Millhill.
Do I send to her? Is she just going to tell me to fuck off? But I feel like if we just go and find her, she's going to fucking murder us.
Yeah, I think getting in touch first is a better idea, but...
How
figuring
do I
out where
she
she
is
is
to
would be
fuck
helpful in any case.
Yeah, we know ish where she's based, but...
I mean, I don't know if there's any point scrying, because I think it's sanctumed.
Yeah, it is, isn't it?
Yeah. If she's in her little hole, it's sanctumed. I'm sorry, I'm a child.
A Millhill hole.
Yes, that's the one.
A Millhill. It's
Corzin,
nearly,
of course.
but not quite Molehill, and I'm sad it's not quite.
Corzin, you of course have lived your entire life knowing that often halfling housing likes to be semi-underground.
Yes. A Millhill halfling hole, if you will.
Yes, very much.
A Molehill.
Middle hole.
I'm sorry, I've had a lot of cake.
It was very
I'm not
Leah,
sure cake makes you like this. I've had a lot of whiskey. I feel like I've maybe got an excuse.
Leah is actually on her fourth slice at this point. She goes, looks up, his cheeks fill, doesn't say anything, and just quietly chews.
Love it.
So, we need to get in touch with her. What the fuck do we say in this sending? I'm drunk, help me.
Oh, okay. Phew. Hello. No.
Shouldn't have murdered you. Shouldn't have tried to murder you. Got it wrong. Let's be friends.
Sorry for trying to kill you. There was a bit of a misunderstanding. Turns out some people want you dead that we don't like it. No, I don't know.
All right.
We have 25 words. How'd you do this in 25 fucking words?
Start with the important thing. There are people who want her dead, and we are not one of them.
Well,
that's maybe not the best order for that sentence to be in. There are people who want you dead, but not us. It's fine.
sorry for the misunderstanding.
We don't want you dead, but...
We may have a mutual enemy?
Yeah, sorry for misunderstanding. I mean, you were really close to killing her.
Yep.
And I said some really rude things into her brain.
I still slightly feel bitter that I didn't manage it, even though she's a potential ally, and I'm a bit worried about that feeling. It doesn't feel healthy.
Oh, later we're going to talk about many worried about feelings, but not at the dinner table. So, sorry for misunderstanding. I mean, it seems we maybe have mutual allies.
Enemies.
Mutual enemies. Yes.
I mean, you may have a mutual ally, you just don't know.
7, 8. That's 8 words. We're doing well.
Right?
Parlay.
Parlay.
We willing to meet on
tried
neutral
to
ground?
kill you.
Soz.
She's never gonna fucking meet up with us.
Soz for the murder
Kill you.
thing.
I swear,
Soz
like,
me.
3% of this podcast is us trying to figure out concise endings.
Oh yeah. Like a percentage of this podcast is just saying we shouldn't have tried to kill you. Didn't have all facts.
All the information.
All facts.
Plus,
Whoops.
you kind of started it. No, we shouldn't bring that.
Plus,
That's
you started it.
No, wait a minute.
Well, it's with plus you started it. It's 24 words, but we probably shouldn't say that really.
No, I feel like that might go down badly somehow.
Can we talk, Parlay?
Right, read what we've got.
Hang on, I need to finish writing it down. Celestia's like a bit sozzled and like, you know, doing like drunk writing.
Yes.
Everyone's done it, come on.
Yeah.
So far I've got sorry for misunderstanding. We maybe have mutual enemies. We shouldn't have tried to kill you. Didn't have all facts. Whoops. Can we talk? Bye.
Well,
Kids, don't send under the influence of alcohol.
How's that? Does that get the point? I think it's very somber.
I think it hits the tone that we are going for really well.
It's as much as we can do in 25 words or less. Let's see what happens.
Hang on. Is she going to know who it is?
Yes, that's part of the spell.
Oh shit, yeah it is.
Also, you sent to her before.
I have. Saying some really bitchy things. She's going to send me an extreme... Okay, I'm going to just do this.
Okay.
Drunkenly.
I love that Corzin hasn't tried to get the whoops out. Our only sensible party member didn't point out that we've left whoops.
I drunkenly wrangle the rainbow spirit, which I imagine is just sort of floating in and
very
out of my whiskey
loosey-goosey
glass
right now,
and
yeah.
like, wee! Oh, come here. We've got things to do. Come on. Doing ascending. We're very sensible. Yeah. I would gather it into a ball. Sorry for misunderstanding. We maybe have mutual enemies. We shouldn't have tried to kill you. Didn't have all facts. Whoops. Can we talk? Parlay? Bye.
Okay. The Rainbow Spirit, the Bundle of Spirits flitters away. I would like you to roll a luck check for me, Celestia.
Okay. I would imagine it's a luck check to see if she's in her fucking sanctumed place, isn't it?
Yep.
That's a 10.
Moment later, the spirits return, and you just hear your own words back to you. They were unable to find their targets.
Oh, that does sound rubbish, doesn't it? Well, it didn't get there, but it's probably a good thing, to be honest.
No, that is the exact message we will continue to try to send.
We'll send it again later, because it's very important and very well thought out. but not now. Later, or tomorrow, or something.
If you want to just essentially continue pinging Mill Hill...
Can we just do it like every hour or something?
Yes, tell me how many hours you do it for.
I mean, I don't know how long we're going to stay with Leah and Michael. Probably not that long, but...
No, well, it's up to you.
I mean, I'm not sure we should be travelling tonight.
You have already rested, so while you are a bit tipsy, you have taken some time to refresh yourselves.
We haven't had a long rest.
You have had a long rest.
Since the stuff with what's her name?
Not since you broke into Marissa's office.
No, because I used spells on stuff.
Yeah, same.
Okay, if you want to, then you could ask whether or not you could stay overnight.
I'm not going to.
Corzin will ask.
Yeah. I mean, where are we going to stay tonight? It's night,
camp.
isn't it?
Camping's fine.
Would it be possible
if you need to, you can just use the guest rooms.
Thank you, that would be much appreciated.
That's fine. It's not a problem.
It's fine. Yenna will make up a breakfast you can take out with you.
Thank you.
Ridiculously kind. Thank you.
Super early.
Yeah, we'll be out of your hair soon. I quickly message over to Leah. Leah, is that alright?
That's fine.
Thanks.
No worries.
Well, I guess I'm just going to do loads of sendings for the rest of the night then.
Tell me how many sendings you have.
We don't need to worry about... Yeah.
I mean, I have one... Hang on, let me check what level sending is. I'm having a moment. It is level 3. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Like 8 sendings.
Cool. Just roll me a d20 up to 8 times and tell me the result each time.
16.
No.
19.
Okay, 2 hours in.
It's exactly the same sending, by the way. I do not improve it.
Yeah. 2 hours of this weird drunk sending later.
I feel like it gets drunker as well.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, you're not
Sorry
stopping
for
drinking.
misunderstanding. We maybe have mutual enemies. We shouldn't have tried to kill you. Didn't have all the facts. Whoops. Can we talk?
That's my favourite bit.
Parley. What does that even mean, parley? I don't know.
Talk.
It's Sulian.
You're repeating yourself.
It's just pirate for talk, isn't it?
The spirits flutter away, and you do not immediately hear your own words back this time. Instead,
I love that we're drunk sending. It's like drunk dialing. It's amazing.
Instead, you get a call. You get a call. What? No. You get a moment. There's a brief pause before the spirits flutter back.
Steer drunkenly scrambles around for a notebook, not thinking anyone would reply. Ugh. Fuck. Hello.
All right. I'm listening. Let's meet. There's an old quarry a mile north of where we last met. We'll speak there. No sudden moves. Melhel.
I relay this. I feel like actually I drunkenly underread it, so it's like, north of where we last met, we'll speak there, Millhill. It's very dramatic.
Molehill.
Molehill. Yes.
Okay.
Is she going to ambush us?
Oh, it sounds like a trap.
Wouldn't put it past her.
I could just ask her.
Hey, is this a trap?
I drunkenly gather the rainbow spirits here.
Whoa.
Are you going to ambush us? Can't be bothered if yes. Gonna hide people in rocks again? Or
lots of rocks in a quarry.
actual talking like proper grown-ups.
Grown-ups.
Bye.
Another pause. Are you drunk?
Yes.
Are you?
Of course I'll be there with backup. I want protection. But we can talk. If you attack, we'll strike back.
Gathering my spirits together again, after again having drunkenly underwrote this. I'm not drunk, you're drunk. Fuck off.
Celestia, I think the point has been made.
We'll keep it civilized. All good. See you tomorrow, bye.
Wait, what time? Did we decide a time? I don't remember if we said a time.
There's a moment later where you just hear returning. An hour after first light at the quarry.
An hour after first light? Who's enough of a psychopath to meet that early? Fuck off.
Who does anything that early?
She's relying on you having a hangover.
That's what it is, isn't it, bitch?
Oh, she totally is.
That's what I do.
She's clever.
Oh, thinking. Yeah.
But we can do that too. We're good at thinking.
Yeah. So good. Love thinking.
Are we on our own at this point?
Yeah, are we? Because that.
I will say that by this point, yes, dinner is broken up. It's 2 hours later. You're alone in the room.
I heard alone in the womb, and it was a lot.
You're alone in the room.
Okay.
It's just you and Tommy Wiseau. No.
So, are we okay with that?
Yeah, I think
guess
so. Did you, after you used the eyelash, did you discharge it?
Yes, we've been doing it every time.
Good, okay. There was a thought I had. It's kind of got pushed to the back burner a fair amount this past couple of days, but do you remember way back when you had a look at the last time that the Holy Grail was scryable?
Yes.
Well, what do you think would happen if you tried to look at the next time it is scryable?
That is so obvious. Why did we not think
Why
that
did we
before?
not do that? We're so stupid.
Why did we not immediately do that?
Well,
We're fucking idiots.
The thought occurred to me, but at the time I was kind of being chased by bandits.
The thought didn't even occur to me.
Well, we kind of, I suppose, just took it to be so far in the future it wasn't even necessarily worth worrying about for the immediacy of now, but... Heck, worst case scenario, it's just us holding it up somewhere we don't know.
I mean, I've only used... How many eye scries have I used today?
Oh,
shit. I cleverly didn't write this down last time, so that's pleasing.
I think we used them all.
We used one for the past.
Yeah, I know you
dwarf.
used one, but I can't think of any others.
We used one to check on. We used several.
You used 2 in the morning.
We did.
Yeah.
Yeah, you used 2 in the morning.
Okay, so we're out.
And I think this resets daily rather than on a
It
long
resets
rest.
at dawn.
Yeah, it resets at dawn.
Yeah.
So you are actually out until dawn.
Yeah,
but if you want to get any scrying in before your hour after dawn meeting...
I mean, we have to get up fucking early, don't we? We could do it then.
Nah, we should...
I think
we should get the rest in.
In the immediate future, though, it would be not a bad idea to use that to look at Mildred to see exactly who she's bringing with her.
Yeah, maybe we should do 2 scries when we wake up then. If we fancy doing the weird grail one, we can, or maybe we should do that after the meeting, I don't know.
Alright.
But yeah, we could scry on the quarry.
How are we doing for time? What time does it get light? Are we...
You could get a long rest in before dawn.
Okay, cool.
And get to the quarry for an hour after dawn?
So you do know where the quarry is. Mm-hmm. It will be a bit of a tight... No, it won't be a bit of a tight ride. You're fucking phantom horses. You can get there. You can get there with easily half an hour to spare.
Okay.
All right.
I have something I don't want to address, but I think I should.
What?
Okay.
I told someone to do something, and now she has to for a month.
I didn't know you could do that.
I didn't either.
It's actually not that surprising. Is it? You've been able to tell people to do something and they'll do it for a few seconds or for...
8 hours is the longest I've managed.
8 hours. Yeah, and you're getting
but
stronger
I have to concentrate
all the time.
I have to concentrate on that.
So?
This
I
is
can
just
tell
like
those are reality.
To just tell someone, and then they're like bound to my will for a month. Anyone else find that kind of horrifying?
I mean, it's awful.
And I just know that. I know that she is. I'm sure.
Would you know if she didn't, or if the spell was broken somehow?
Out of character, I don't think so. But
I don't think you get that sort of feedback, no.
I don't think I'd know that, but I know it worked.
All right.
And also, if it's anything like what's on Molly and that lot, pretty hard to break.
Yeah.
I will add in a rule for Gesh there, which is a house rule. It can only be broken. So it can be broken with a remove curse. Mm-hmm. It can only be broken with a remove curse from someone who is the same or a higher caster level than you were at the time you cast it.
Oh, that's pretty high for this world, actually.
Oh wow! Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Because we're pretty outlandish.
That is a house rule I'm using for Gesh for reasons that you have already discovered.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, I think they'd have to be pretty powerful to get rid of it. I'm mostly freaked out because I'm worried that I learnt it from the thing that was in my body and did it to other people. Also, it's just kind of scary as a thing.
Okay, well,
I couldn't.
So there was a time when, before I could step through, like, teleport from one place to a small distance. Then a while later, I could teleport from one place to a longer distance, and now I can do it across half the world. It's just we're getting stronger. Things we used to be able to do, we can do bigger versions of.
There was a time I couldn't even just cure people's wounds by using the spirits. Now it's... Well, I can do that, but I can also do all sorts of other things. And I mean, this one, and he gestures to the ambivalent octopus. As soon as they started following me around, I seemed to be able to do a bunch of other things. I don't pretend to understand how it works, but I just know that it does.
Yeah,
but I think a lot of it is down to, like, intentions.
Exactly. I don't know. It's just a scary thing to be able to do, and I can't help but feel that my mum would be proud. And it's scary, and I don't like it.
I can understand.
I can make a big ball of fire that burns people alive.
Yeah.
We can do scary things. It's about what you do with it.
I just knee-jerked and told someone to do something, and now they have to do it for a month.
Yeah, and you did it to protect some innocent people.
Yeah, it's what was
you didn't do it to
saying
hurt
ages
anyone.
ago. It's that there are some scary implications of the things that some people can do, but it's down to the people who actually have the ability to do this and how they use those abilities.
Yeah, I don't know.
It's all about what you do with it.
True. Just hurting people with words and telling people to do stuff, I think, started at a time when I was a much worse person.
I could understand
and
that
getting bigger is a bit freaky.
But you're using it to help and protect people.
Yeah, and don't forget that.
Well, we'll see. Thank you.
It's alright. This is...
Do you get why it felt weird, though?
Oh, of course I do.
Yeah.
Yes. And I'm not even saying that you shouldn't necessarily feel weird about it. I'm just saying that it's seemingly within your ability to control. And, well, we look out for each other, don't we? If there's something that seems off or wrong or, not good, we're definitely going to tell you.
Thanks.
And because we know you'd do the same for us.
Yeah. That's good to know.
Yeah.
If I look far gone, just tell me, yeah?
Of course. And
Yeah.
right back at you.
Maybe it's good that I feel weird about this. Maybe you shouldn't do this and not feel weird.
I always feel weird when I use spells that make people do stuff. I've only got one, and it only lasts 6 seconds, but it feels wrong every time.
Didn't used to feel wrong. Now it does.
But then again, I also burn people alive quite regularly, so, what feels right these days is a bit...
Odd. Well, say an argument of you're using it to help people, but back at you. Bit drunk to make it sound good, but you get the idea. Yeah, you're good.
Corzin, you have pretty good passive perception. You've kind of been keeping an ear out. You're reasonably sure that Yenna is not listening at the door, but there's a brief flash in your mind of just what her expression would have been like if she'd been eavesdropping at the moment of, I pretty regularly burn people to death.
I would imagine she'd declare something.
What is she declaring all the time?
I don't know.
I'm not even sure, actually. I was going to say statements, but I have nothing with which to back that theory up.
Nope, nothing. Declaring her presence, maybe. I don't know. I quite like it as a thing. I do declare I'm here. Hello.
I just took it to be a local turn of phrase.
Probably is. It's just a weird one.
Maybe I should burn fewer people alive.
Are you okay? That was kind of
Not
out of
really.
the blue.
We've been relying on big old balls of fire for a while, and I forget, really, that there are people at the other end of those big old balls of fire.
Sometimes those people are trying to kill you.
Oh, they usually are, but that doesn't mean I have the right to kill them back.
I also don't know how we'd be alive if you hadn't done that the last few times.
True.
Yeah.
Well, I'm trying to be like, oh no, maybe we should burn less people, but equally...
There's
really
killing people and there's killing
happened.
people needlessly. And often the divide between right and wrong is the divide between those two things.
Why is everything so hard?
It really is, isn't it?
Why is opium bad for you? Ugh. It's all been a bit much, to be honest, hasn't it?
Yeah.
I'm glad we're leaving early tomorrow.
Yeah, we should sleep.
I think the thing to hold on to is we've done a good thing here. We prevented a whole bunch of people being taken brutal advantage of, and we helped an innocent person not be the tool by which that was done.
Yeah, I'm glad Leo was here. We would have been useless with the paperwork.
Yeah.
Oh, can you imagine?
Oh, rubbish.
I'd rather not if it was all the same to you, Scamp.
I'm gonna have nightmares about paperwork.
Oh no. Nobody wants paperwork nightmares.
Oh, it's like tax return time.
Oh, you go to bed and you've been doing your tax return for like hours, and you go to sleep and you see your tax return in front of you, and then you wake up and you do more tax return. You're like, ah!
It's the most boring Tetris effect.
Oh, it's awful. Yeah.
Screams in Freelancer.
Just a brief moment of appreciation for those silent heroes of dull tasks, accountants.
Yeah.
So, you head to rest?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
Okay. You each lay down your heads. As Jason just reminds himself what the date is. There we go.
What is the date?
It was the 7th. It will be the 8th. And it's a little tricky, but each of you do manage to get to some sleep. Are you doing the thing where you're all in one room with the alarm stretched across the front?
Oh, yes.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
Okay. I'd like each of you to just roll me a d20, please.
Okay.
Oh, no.
11.
10.
Okay. Corzin, you have a slightly confusing dream about being a horse jumping through a wheel of fire and then being caught by a goat and juggled around for a bit before being lowered to the ground.
Oh, pull the meaning out of that one.
Scamp, you have a dream about being a juggler. And you're juggling little brightly coloured balls that look like miniature suns. And people are applauding all round.
That sounds lovely.
All of the people look like you in different colours. Just different monochromed versions of yourself. Celestia.
Regret that one, aren't I?
You dream of the ocean, of tides.
I wish you could see his fucking face now.
I can hear it. Oh.
Being surrounded by bubbles. It's a familiar appearance, but there's no clear surface above, and you feel yourself pulled around one bubble, focused in on 3 figures. A tiefling, a drow, and a halfling, all of whom look very familiar to you. But looking at it, you can see almost... You don't enter the bubble. Instead, you see an image reflected on the outside, as if you're looking not at the contents of the bubble, but like the soapy surface. And following an instinct, you feel something calling you to step not into the bubble, but into the skin of the bubble.
I do it.
As you feel this strange moment of stepping 3-dimensional into 2-dimensional, everything seems to flatten for a moment and then expand outwards. As this whole barely visible 2-dimensional scene becomes 3-dimensional, and the 3-dimensional bubble becomes a 2-dimensional image on a smooth, flat surface covered in liquid mercury. And it ripples a little, but only a little, because this dish, this scrying apparatus, is on a gyro. It is on a little gimbal, so that even though the environment rocks side to side, the mage operating it can still see. You roll me an intelligence check.
That is a 23.
You recognise this mage. You've never met them before, but the slightly hapless, frustrated-looking halfling who is operating it is one you've witnessed operating a scrying device before. And you've seen them in the company of the woman standing next to them, glaring furiously down at the image, as you recognise even aboard this ship, impeccably dressed Quelena Rothanol. Well, what are you seeing? She's sleeping, as far as I can tell. Where? Looks like a reasonably nice bedroom. She's with the halfling and the tiefling as well. Any clues about the location? They got the curtains closed. It's middle of the night, so I guess they're in the same... They're not too far away time zone-wise. Right. Seriously, this is the first time we get anything in days, and you can't give me a decent location. I'm sorry, milady, but you did... this is the time that you'd scheduled for it. Fine. It just tells us that she's clearly off that bloody sanctum ship that she must have been on. Well. Maybe that little brat that she travels with finally figured out how to make a sanctum of their own.
Who are you calling a brat, you fucking hypocrite?
She paces, kind of flexing her fingers into a fist and then relaxing them. Fine, we'll make the check daily now. I want an update on where she is at all times that she's not in somewhere scryable. I want to know she's come ahead of us, as we thought. As you say, milady. Just keep me updated if anything interesting happens, okay? She turns and storms out, and as she reaches the edge of what you recognise to be a ship's scrying room, she passes through a reflective, bubbly surface. Congratulations, you succeeded in your secret roll on the secret roll I checked to see whether you notice yourself being scryed.
While streaming. That's interesting. Is there anything else in the scrying room?
It is, unfortunately, like the scrying room in the Kraken's
Pretty
Bane,
bare,
an anonymous room lit by an oil lantern. There is the scrying apparatus, however, is more elaborate. There's kind of a gimbaled construction with an expensive scrying mirror that has been set up that this wizard is operating.
Do I automatically stay in there? Like, what's happening now?
What do you want to do? The edges of the room, as far as you can tell, are bubbled. Or at least the door that Quelena went through is.
So I can't go after her.
No, but at the moment you've just stood and are observing. You look down, you can see yourself, as it were. You appear to have a presence here. And you can see, although weirdly, you can also see your own sleeping form through the two-dimensional scrying mirror.
This is fucking
like
creepy
just from
as
slightly
hell.
overhead.
This is so creepy. Is that what I look like when I'm sleeping? Ugh.
You're drooling, like, entirely down one side of your face.
Ew.
It's like, it's actually leaked a little bit into your hair and flattened it. You're going to wake up with one of those, like, cow licks.
Ugh.
Corzin, you don't get sound through this, although clearly the mage does. Something about the way this is interfering, you're only getting vision. But you see the rising and falling of the chest that you associate with Corzin snoring.
I don't think there's anything else I can do here. I want to try and disrupt his vision.
Okay, what do you want to do?
I want to punch the scrying mirror.
Give me a...
Actually, I have two things I want to do. I want to punch the scrying mirror first. I want to see if that does anything, and then I have something else I want to do.
Okay. You ball a fist and punch into it. The image shivers for a moment and then breaks. Instead, there is now a black hole, an empty black void where the vision used to be. Although the mage sort of blinks back.
I then
Some sort of disturbance.
want to cast Sending and whisper into his ear.
Okay.
See if it works. I don't know if it will.
There is you lean next to him, and as you speak, wisps of rainbow light filter out of your mouth and into his ear.
Tell her I see her. I know what she's doing. I see you right now. What's he wearing?
He looks around. He is wearing a blue vest with a cream with a cream shirt and brown trousers.
Can see you in that stupid vest.
Looks down, looking around a little alarmed.
Tell her to drop it. She's got no fucking chance. She doesn't know who she's messing with.
He kind of rolls his jaw a little bit as he thinks.
I will do as many sendings as this takes.
I'll pass the message on, milady. Just, you know what her ladyship is like.
I do. I imagine you do too. You could ally with me. I'm much nicer.
Make a persuasion check with disadvantage.
I mean... 29, bitch.
Whoa! Okay.
Applause.
Yes! She can't do magic, she'd never know.
He sort of opens his mouth and looks from side to side.
Don't imagine she treats you well.
Closes his mouth, but you see the same rainbow flickers of light twirl around his head and flicker back to your ear as you hear the subvocated. I mean, she pays well, but I'm not saying yes, I'm not saying no. What's your offer?
What do I know about mages? Like, in terms of this, is he paid? He would be, wouldn't he?
Yes. In terms
of
what
he's
you
just
know,
said he's paid, yeah.
Yeah. In terms of how you know the House Rothenol usually operates, when they need magic done, they hire someone to do it.
Got something. Can probably get you a really fantastic position in Seoul. You'd be treated better. I know the president. They're always looking for mages. It'd be a lot nicer than whatever she's doing to you. Prestige, money, whatever.
So what do you want from me?
Information. Where's she going? What's she doing? Keep me updated, as she just said.
We're sailing to Sunder. I don't know the exact port of call we're going to. That's been being kept a secret from everyone except the navigator. There's some sort of business. We're travelling with 3 companies of the Ebon Guard.
Right. Any other Rothanals?
Just her ladyship on this boat, as far as I know.
Right. Let me know if there are others. Let me know where you're going, where you end up. Anything you find out.
I want my commission reinstated in the army. I want a rank of a major and a seat on that fancy new commission under whoever gets the military seat in the new government.
So he said commission reinstated in the army, major.
Fancy. Basically, he wants a cushy government job.
Yeah. Cushy government job.
Nice house and all my outstanding debts paid.
That was out of character. Nice house.
Neither he nor you can see it, because to you, the scrying mirror is just a black void now. But Celestia in her sleep chuckles.
I don't know how many sendings I'm using to do this, by the way. I have no idea.
No, you don't.
Okay. I'm just going to keep talking and see what happens.
I'll tell you if it works out.
All right. Like I say, I know the president. Should be able to sort that.
All right.
If I tell him it's important.
Well...
What's your name?
Cross.
Cross.
Pippin Cross.
Pippin Cross. Unless you'd like a new one, of course.
We'll have a talk about that. For now, I'll keep you posted.
Do you want me to tell them your old name? I need to talk to some people.
That's the name I'm known by in the military.
All right. Best of luck. Check in when you can. If you could refrain from telling her anything too good about where I am, that'd be great too.
Do you still want me to deliver that message?
No.
Will do. Or rather, won't do.
Chat soon, Pippin.
As you say, my lady. He looks around and walks out of the room and into the mirrored space.
I love being a bard so much. It's so good.
What do you want to do now? The 10 minutes have not actually quite elapsed yet. There is a mirrored door out of here, doorway out, and there is a black hole in the centre of the room.
Look in the black hole.
Nothing. Not even the reflection of light.
Just nothing.
It is the darkest black you have ever seen. Blacker than any fabric you've ever witnessed. Blacker than the night sky.
I poke it.
Your finger goes in through the hole. You see the light where your hand is from the room reflect on your hand.
So you can still see my hand?
You can still see your hand. It's like you just put your hand through a window.
Okay, I think that concludes my experiment there. I'll just try and follow the mage. Fuck it. Why not?
Okay.
I know I can't, but I'm going to give it a go. I don't think there's anything else good in here.
Step into the edge. There's a brief moment where you feel your entire body flatten into 2 dimensions and pop out back into 3 on the edge of a bubble of which is now just filled with just dark, just black. and you feel yourself rising up, and the darkness closes in until eventually the three of you wake.
Celestia, jolts up in bed.
I had the weirdest dream. I don't think anyone had a weirder night than me.
I can definitely top it. What was your dream, though? Tell me.
I was juggling, and there were different coloured versions of me. And I'm a terrible juggler.
Yeah, I win.
In real life.
I definitely win, I'm afraid. I'm just going to say I relay this as fully as I can. Again, I never feel like it's worth it when I'm just going to tell you everything.
Yeah.
So I tell you everything.
Yeah.
So,
Right.
need to send
You win.
to Savat and ask him for a lot of shit.
Yeah,
alright.
but not immediately. Well, that can wait a couple of hours, can't it?
Thinking about it,
Might do the bandits first, just in case I need loads of spells or anything.
Yeah, you wake up missing three level 3 spell slots for the sendings.
how's your
Yeah, I
head?
used some spells in the night.
Ah, sleep casting.
Yeah, that
That's
happened.
fun.
Definitely wait till later for more sendings, because that might take a few.
Yeah.
Alright.
And I'm worried about being in a fight without any magic. Hope we don't have to fight, but
No,
That'd be
but always
lovely,
good to be
wouldn't it?
prepared. Right.
But yeah,
Nearest
she's coming, and there's more than one boat, and they've got 3 companies of Ebengard.
Shit. Alright, next opportunity we get then, have a look at what port they're going to arrive at, because if it's the same one the Kraken's bane's more at, we need to be ready.
I mean, hopefully the mage will tell me.
Hope so, but I would... I don't think it
might
hurts
not
to
know
be...
till it happens.
To be prepared. Also, well done with that. Seriously.
Yeah.
Thank you. Actually, it was sort of terrifying, so thank you.
The thing we've got to bear in mind, though, is he may very well be perfectly willing to help you, but that doesn't necessarily mean he's going to stop helping Quilana. So
He might just play both sides.
if we can corroborate
already
whatever he
betrayed
says, so much the better.
Yeah, he might tell me a load of shit. I think when we next scry, I would like to look at the next time she's in a scribal location, please.
Agreed. Yes.
Because I'm
It'll be the
worried.
sending room.
Next time she's on land in a scribal location?
Yeah.
That feels
Or
sensible.
The next time she leaves the ship she's on.
That would work. I'd like to be prepared because I think she's coming.
Yes.
She's not pleased. I wonder whatever happened to the whip.
Yeah, she definitely did not have the whip.
I wonder what we could have done to upset her so much.
Hopefully that's in a vault somewhere far, far away.
I hope it's not in a vault. I hope it's with the Empress by now. I might actually send to G&G, wherever it was we left it, and check if it's gone.
That's not a bad idea. It was in, Delay, wasn't it?
Indeed it was.
Yeah. Well, that's a sending for later as well.
We appear to
quick
be
one.
acquiring a list.
Yeah. That
We
can be
do
tomorrow,
love a
though.
list.
That's not urgent. If I have spells left later, though, I will do something for this mage.
Yes.
Yeah.
See if it's possible.
Well, let's make some horses and get moving, I guess.
Agreed.
I think if I was really nice to Savat, I could wrangle that. What do you think?
Oh, yeah.
I think there's certainly...
I mean,
I'll just send to him every day till he agrees. Eventually he'll give in.
I mean, a thing you might want to mention is that this is a potential source of very good information about the Underdark.
Yeah.
it's also worth finding out what this person did wrong before that lost them their commission.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because if they've been eating babies, we should know that.
I'll still
You
take
make
the
a good
information. Yeah, we should probably know that. Difficult.
Well, I think for the moment we just got to make the best advantage of this we can and not look a gift horse in the knees, if you see what I mean.
What?
So small.
Why are you looking at horse knees?
Because he's tiny. That's why.
But is that a place you need to check?
He's too small to look it in the eye.
That's not where you look anyway. It's the mouth.
Oh, what are horses? I don't know. I'm from the Underdark. Fuck off.
Is that a thing you look in spiders' eyes to check whether they're
Yeah,
healthy?
that's what you do with spiders. You check in their eyes and their pincers.
Suppose that
True
makes
fact.
sense.
Canon now.
Yeah,
Yep.
I've said it now.
It's the thing you got to watch out for. Sometimes they'll try and pass you off a spider with 3 of the 8 eyes of glass.
That's what it is. Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh,
It's canon.
yeah,
It's like
of
teacup
course.
spiders. It's
Yeah,
canon
yeah,
now
yeah.
because I've said it.
Yep.
absolutely.
Thank you for the teacup spiders, by the way, Tallulah. They were wonderful.
They were wonderful.
Look on the
I
fan
love-
art page if you want to see some teacup spiders. They're
I need to
great.
put those on the fan page.
But well, that was restful.
What a lovely
it?
night's sleep you've had.
I feel great. I feel so good. I actually do feel
Let's go have a peaceful morning.
kind of like I've achieved something at least. So that's nice. We should probably
Yeah, you
do an
have.
awkward
You did
goodbye
good.
and leave, shouldn't we?
Yes.
If they're even up, if they're not, we'll just sneak out.
Yeah.
Fine.
All right.
Can't leave without saying goodbye to Leah.
No, I quite
I will
understand.
probably be back very soon.
You
Yeah, but we might not be.
do find, upon heading down, it is the wee hours. Dawn is coming soon, but has not yet arrived. There is a little packed lunch,
Oh,
packed breakfast, in fact,
Oh.
of sandwiches and the last of the Victoria's sponge.
Cake. Yes.
And sat with it is a somewhat sleepy-looking Leah and Michael.
did you wake up for us? Very sweet.
Thought we'd say a proper farewell. I mean, we're probably going to see you in a week, but,
Yeah.
Maybe. Yeah.
you might get yourself killed. I hope not.
It's always a possibility, though.
Yeah. I mean, we might end up having to come straight back with no idea what's going to happen.
That was charmingly put, dear, but yes. I won't say stay safe, because you're literally incapable of doing it, but
Stay alive?
keep yourselves alive.
I promise we'll do our very best.
You too.
Yeah. Mean it.
Good luck with the paperwork.
Oh, it'll be a battle, but we'll get through it.
Same here, I
You
imagine.
will. Oh, I hope not. No more battles today.
I just messaged to Scamp and Corzin very quickly through the temple thing. Should I tell her about Quilena? I feel like she should know that.
Yeah.
Yeah, probably.
I have a
Seems
horrible,
fair.
awkward thing to tell you.
Well, it's what?
It-
5
It's what we do.
in the morning? It seems about the right time.
Yeah. Quilena's on her way.
Is she here?
On a ship. But she saw me for the first time in ages.
Okay.
Talk to her mage, though. Might be able to wrangle a spy.
Be careful.
I thought with things as they were, you should know if she's
She
within any kind of distance.
sets her jaw a little. Thank you.
She'll come for me. Not you, but
I'll keep an eye out anyway.
yeah, obviously if you see anything, fucking hell, tell me. I'm just gonna check in sometimes.
She nods. Michael steps forward and offers a hand. Well, thank you for saving my life. Twice, broadly speaking.
Least we could do.
Alright, I offer a hand to him, but
takes it and just gives a short but firm shake.
Best of luck.
You too.
Hope this turns into something normal and happy for both of you.
I think the first one's shot, but we'll see about the second.
Second,
you got the opportunity.
Thank you for not being evil.
I feel like everyone in the room just looks at Scamp.
You too?
It was a concern.
It would have really
You got an
sucked.
opportunity to do a lot of good here.
And we're going to.
Oh, yes you are.
Right, let's not stretch this goodbye out any longer. I'll start tearing up. His eyes are quite dry, and there's a slightly wry expression
Corzin
in his
shakes
face.
his hand.
Alright. Holds hand out to Scamp. You too.
Yep.
Right.
Do you want a hug? I like hugs.
Good for you. I'm not really... Okay, fine.
It's alright. Some people... Are you sure? Some people don't like hugs, and that's okay.
Yeah, the handshake's good. I'll give you a hug.
Okay.
I'll give you a hug, though, Scamp. Come here.
Yeah. Jeffrey, handshakes.
Okay, weird monkey. Guess I'm shaking your hand too.
You know Jeffrey's like biting fingers.
No, get off. Sort of looks at the pigeon, Marjorie. Marjorie kind of decorously inclines her head. Right.
Oh, don't mind her. Standoffish as hell.
Okay.
Bit of a diva, you know?
I will take
That's
that
not a
as
word yet.
goodbye.
It is now.
Actually, there's opera. Divas
Yeah,
would
there's
be.
opera. There's
Yeah, it
opera.
is, yeah.
It's a thing. Right. Okay. Well then. Cheerio, I guess.
I just messaged her. Do we hug? Is it awkward if we hug? I feel like we should
Come
hug.
over here and give me a hug. And she actually says that out loud
Yeah,
and
I give her a hug.
embraces you tightly, but
Message to her very briefly during the hug. I wish you all the happiness a person can have.
I wish you the same.
Let go.
She continues with the message. Look, really. We had what we had. And everything has changed so much. But I want to always be a part of your life. And I want you to be a part of mine.
I message again. Friends?
Friends. You both kind of like give a slight incline of the head and a smile.
Right. We should go to a quarry at batshit o'clock, shouldn't we?
Yep.
Best make those terrifying out-of-nowhere horses. It's nearly dawn.
Yeah, thank you for the packed lunch.
It's all right. I'd say thank Yenna, but I think she's sleeping off all the declarations. Right. Good luck.
You too.
You too.
Now go bugger off.
Bye.
And you conjure up your chalk horses and ride off into the sunrise. And that is where we will pick up after these, no doubt important, messages. And now for a word from our friends over at Kids on Bikes.
1965, Swampscott, Massachusetts.
Hey, cousin.
Hey, cousin.
That's Kat and Randall. They're from Texas.
Hi, Mary Sue.
Garrett has a thing for Mary Sue.
It's Mary.
Mary does not have a thing for Garrett. In fact, Mary has a very secret thing, for Walter Green.
Of course she does.
So does Meg. But none of that matters, because Walter Green is missing.
What?
You heard me. He's missing, and you're all suspects.
Sir, I believe you're mistaken.
On what grounds?
I'd like to see your badge, please.
Cousin cusshole.
It's possible Officer Ross isn't looking in the right place, because Walter, well, he disappeared near the woods, and that group that lives in the woods, they're different.
Hollow, tell him what you told me.
I'm a witch? It's Kids on Bikes, available wherever you get your podcasts.
You there, street child! What day is it? By the Regent, the first full circle. The spirit did it all in a single night. Well, take this guinea and go order the fattest goose and send it to Flintlocks and Fireballs with an injunction to like, rate, share, subscribe and support the Patreon and embrace the spirit of Full Circle. And welcome back. It is the 9th of Full Ripeness, 1798. Oh dear. And it is pissing it down.
For fuck's sake.
Oh.
I roll for the weather on these occasions. Sorry, old chaps. So, yes, it is the 17th, and it is there's an absolute shower. Almost within 10 minutes of you setting out, as the thin grey light of dawn comes over the clouded horizon, it just starts pouring.
We have to meet up with a fucking weird bandit
hate it.
in the pissing rain, and I'm hungover as shit. This is awful.
Oh, for the love of the... Corzin will reach out and cast Lesser Restoration.
Don't waste the spell.
Well, that works. You didn't have to do that. I was just whining.
Look, we all have to have a clear head about this. Also,
I
one
love
of
you
the
with
things...
my whole heart.
One of the things to bear in mind, though, if it stays like this, we might need you... Hopefully it won't come to this, but if we do end up in a fight, we'll need you to keep our weapons dry.
Yeah.
This is true.
What you mean by that is we'll need to keep your weapons dry, because you're the only person who uses guns.
Well, you have one, but...
I never use my gun.
Have and use are not the same thing.
This is a point.
I have a knife.
As it is raining pretty heavily, unless your firearms are dry. I rolled a 5 for rain, not a 6, so the guns misfire on a 3 or less.
Okay.
I will say during it.
As in rolling a 3?
Yeah, on a natural 3 or less.
I will just periodically dry Corzin's guns.
Yeah, it's not so much of an issue for you, but I'm writing it down because it's the thing I need to remember.
Yeah.
For this.
No, just like every few minutes, because it's a cantrip, I'll just dry them. Because I can.
Being as she's a mage, she might be able to do this for whoever's with her as well, but...
If she's got more people, she'll struggle, though.
True.
I can do 5 things at once. She relies on numbers. She can't dry all of them.
Good to know. I really hope it doesn't come to a fight, but...
I don't want to
nice
fight.
to know.
It's wet. I don't want to fight in the
rain.
rain.
No one wants to fight. And in a quarry, it'll be muddy.
It will.
Yep.
It'll be all sludgy.
Indeed. The dry prairie dust in the area has turned to a light mud. Gliding creepily off the hooves of your fake horses like friggin' Teflon. It's a little disconcerting, actually. Nothing sticks to these horses. You travel until about half an hour after the sun rises.
I have an out of character question.
Yes?
For everyone.
Yeah.
What are we trying to say to her? Like, I've lost track. I'm so sorry. It's been a long time since we last played.
No, it's all good.
We have a mutual enemy. Who exactly is it? What are we doing?
So what's her name? Marissa?
Marissa, yeah.
I want to say Marissa. Yeah, she's the one who made sure there was a bounty.
Yes.
On these
there we
people.
go. Cool, I'm there.
And she wants to fund the other side of the war?
Yeah, the other side to the one that Mill Hill's on.
Yeah.
So,
and we know that we don't like Marissa, so odds are maybe that Mill Hill's on a side we might like.
So tenuous. What is wrong with us?
We know nothing about this war that may or may not happen.
We're just blundering in. I mean, fuck it, I'm up for it. Let's do it.
Okay.
Sorry, I was stuck. I just had to ask.
Not a worry. Okay. So, what am I thinking about here? Okay, so you ride your way up towards... It's actually not immediately obvious where the quarry is. You do know where it is because you were able to find it on Marissa's maps map of the area before you left. But you can also tell why Mill Hill might have chosen this as a location for a hideout. It is really not visible from a distance. The quarry itself, from what little you can see of it as you approach, is cut straight down into the prairie itself, mining out the valuable stone in the area. It's actually quite not dissimilar to an open cast mine as well. As you might imagine, this also means that without a terrible amount of terribly good drainage, there is probably also a certain amount of water in there. This begs...
Everything's wet and I hate it.
This does beg some questions. However, once you... Let me just check my notes here. Once you come within about half a mile of the quarry itself, you see 3 figures, all from the height of them humans, stand up at the edge and wave. It's not a white flag, they're not surrendering, but just some cloth tied to a stick to indicate. It is it's. I guess in this case it would be a blue flag, so it's just literally like a blue cotton shirt that someone has tied to a stick in that sort of international symbol of let's talk. This isn't a surrender, but this is where the talking will happen.
Right.
A talking stick.
And they march out. Minutes here. They march out about 100 feet from the edge of this quarry and wait.
Well, I guess we're going to say hello.
Should we wave? I'm going to wave.
I
Hi!
don't have anything white.
You wave back. One of them kind of raises the hand and waves. The other one smacks their hand and puts it down.
Oh, I like that first
that
one.
person's the best. I suppose we go up to them.
Okay.
Yeah.
You approach them. How close do you get to them?
Ooh.
What's like talking distance?
Like, how much do you want to shout?
Like enough that it's little enough that it's not awkward.
Right up.
Little enough without being awkward. I'd say that you could little more than the length of a room, 30 feet.
Okay.
Enough that you can be heard, but it is awkward, about 60 feet. Technically you could shout from here, but it would not be you wouldn't be able to carry on a sustained conversation.
In heavy rain.
Yeah, the rain is actually part of the reason why you need to be 30 feet away to really hear each other. Okay, so you march up towards them, getting closer to that 30-foot point. I'm trying to think about what you see from where you are. As you get close, you can see a little bit more of the quarry itself, stretched out behind them. The quarry has a number of just essentially heavy rocks within it, as well as rocks that have been kind of parked around the edges of it, of what is essentially a large broadly circular hole. Old bits of stone which have been dragged out, and whenever this quarry ceased to be operational, it wasn't worth the effort of taking them anywhere else, so they were just left in place. You can see that the quarry has several it's almost like stepped in layers down, where it was mined out in different areas as they wanted to get to the specific stone they needed. It's almost like almost layered in sort of like two steps. So the first layer down, there is a descent of around 20 feet to the first kind of level, and you can see that ladders have been set up on the sides to help people clamber up towards the up and down. There is notably one large ramp on the opposite side to the side you are approaching from, which is made of wood and it's actually wood and packed dirt and stone, and it looks to be sturdy enough to get horses up. In fact, you'd guess that it probably is sturdy enough to get horses up, because there are at least some horses in this quarry. I'll explain that in a moment. Actually, no, I'll explain that first. So, along one side, a set of essentially crude wooden stables have been erected. Just more or less a wooden lean-to to provide some shelter against elements like this for the horses for the many horses that this group of outlaws maintains. Not all of the horses are currently in the stables, but there are in excess of probably more than a dozen. You can't quite see all of them within the stables at the moment. You know that not all of them are around, because as you begin to approach, actually before you began to approach, the moment you were spotted, some of them had already ridden out, and you can see spaced out around the quarry there are a number of humans and halflings mounted, a bit miserable in the rain, wearing varying degrees of patched up or damaged red coats. And doing their best to use said coats to shelter their various firearms. This is a pre-arranged meeting. They've clearly come to demonstrate that they are prepared and armed. And not just that, you can see that along one side of the quarry there is a sort of like a hoarding that's been built out from one edge, perhaps with some barracks or something inside. It's not clear. But there is one thing that rises up over the edge, and you can actually see that a sort of crane system has been arranged to raise it up when it needs to be. It is raised now, because there is a platform with what you recognise, Corzin, as essentially being a shipboard swivel cannon.
Oh, okay.
Similar to the one that the Charlie's Regrets used to have. This one, from sight, is a little different, though. It is closer in design to what, in our world, was the only two were ever made, and it never succeeded, puckle gun. It is essentially has a revolver chamber on it.
Yeah.
To allow multiple rounds to be preloaded and then shot one after the other until
with a turny thing.
Yeah, as it turns, so until all of them are expended.
And that's more likely to blow up than shoot anything.
Yeah, it's not the ideal weather for it, but this is why I rolled for the rain. But it does still represent some firepower, and it is currently manned.
Right.
Or in this case, actually, womaned. There is a human woman in a red coat with a scar across her cheek who is manning it and just keeping it pointed, not exactly directly at you, but in your general direction to show willing. Spaced out at different along. Actually, Actually, I think I need a perception check for any more details than that.
Yes.
Okay, I will make it.
Because I assume you would be looking.
1.
Really?
18.
Okay. Celestia Scamp, the rain is just getting in your eyes. It's kind of hard to make out more.
I hate it.
I feel like Celestia's hair is just like flattened over her face. She can't see anything.
Despite having a lowest point to be looking for, there's something you can actually hear from the sound of rain hitting metal in the distance, and just some little hints like the tracks that you see in the mud. You reckon they have a couple of. It wouldn't be cannons, because cannons can only fire on a level. But you from the sound of the steel, of the metal on iron, you reckon they have a couple of mortars in there.
Oh,
so
right, I would relay this.
Yeah, they're essentially small cannons that fire upwards in an arc rather than a lot straight along. So they still have some range.
Something.
Yes, they still have range and they're still pretty powerful. But the range is shorter than a cannon, but they can go, as it were, over the edge. Corzin, you are also able to work out that why this entire thing is not completely flooded, or at least not flooded right now, because there is a second layer, a deeper layer to this quarry where it was dug deeper at some point, and that is currently filled with water.
Right.
There is a ton of water just in that area. It was
Quite
an 18.
possibly, literally.
Yeah, there was probably several times actually. You rolled an 18, didn't you?
Yes.
Okay. That is about all you can see, apart from the fact that you notice there are a number of halfling sharpshooters lying along, essentially along hoarding or they essentially have like a raised platform around the edges of the quarry where someone can lie in a prone position and hold and you're like ready with a. Actually, well, sorry. No, these are muzzle loaded. You have to stand. So where someone can stand, reload, fire from with the extensive cover of the ground. So this is essentially a fortified position.
Yeah, the three figures in front of us are any of them Mildred?
None of them are Mildred, but you do notice one of them leaning back and talking to someone who is below the level of the quarry lip.
All right.
But yep, Mildred apparently is not in the mood to just stand up in the open where a sniper could take her out before the meeting even starts.
That's fair. We come in peace.
Quite a welcome party, isn't it?
Yeah.
Very important.
Yeah. One moment. You sure about this? Mill? Well, I'm sure. Give me a hand up. They lift up and over a red-headed halfling woman in short red. Well, of course it's short. She's a halfling. Red officer's coat, not of the style of the Osirian army. Underneath it, you can see she has a very well-made steel breastplate protecting her vitals. Scamp specifically. Give me an intelligence check. No, Celestia could do this as well.
Okay.
Oh, 17.
1.
Water in your eyes, Celestia.
2 ones. Celestia's just like got a face full of hair. She's push it out the way.
The drow throw has just gone straight down over your eyes, and you have to.
I always picture this in the rain. You know, like those pictures of cats.
Yeah.
Where they run under a tap. That's what she's like.
Yeah, she's just like
miserable.
Oh yeah, like really miserable, and like flat hair just over her face.
Yeah, the breastplate itself is not adorned, but there is something to the style of the metallurgy. Scamp, you would bet someone's left arse cheek, not necessarily your own, that this came out of a dwarf foundry. However, Milhill does come up. She has her jacket open. You can see in a holster at her waist. She's not got it drawn, but a holster at her waist is another of those revolving pistols.
Okay.
She steps up to the three who kind of have their muskets out but shouldered. Actually, it's not muskets; it's carbines. They're all cavaliers. And she calls out, "So, you wanted to talk?"
Yes.
Hello.
Nice day for it.
Yeah, we certainly can pick him.
She narrows her eyes at Scamp. "Hello.
What did I do?
Where do you learn your tricks?"
Oh, I'm a prodigy.
They're extremely clever.
Sure you are. And you're what, 12?
Hey, I'm like 14? I'll be 15 soon. I'm practically an adult.
I read her thoughts. I'm a dick.
Okay. You just hear her think. I've heard rumors about weird shit happening in Seoul. Could this kid be a sorcerer? It's just a fairy tale, but they did exist once. As they've certainly broken the rules of fucking magic. Anyway, back to the job. So, talk. I'm here. You said we had enemies in common.
Well, we might, yes. Do you know Marissa, by any chance? From the Spear Thrust place?
She thinks. You hear her thoughts. Doesn't ring any bells. Spear Thrust sounds like the place where that kid they wanted to off is. Can't say I know her, no.
Out of character, any names of any dwarves in the vision? I can't think of any of them.
No, there were no names given. Let me just check. I don't believe her name. I don't believe she gave a name, but I will double check.
I don't think they did.
No, I don't think so.
No, they are. I have it down as question mark, question mark, question mark. As far as you know, female dwarf, straight black hair, golden skin, small gold beard tokens, well dressed.
Can I just describe her to?
Okay. What? How do you say it then? It's like you're saying with, like, how do you couch this description?
Sure, this was from Haldanos, didn't she?
Yeah.
What about a dwarf from Haldanos? Gold beard ornaments, quite fancy looking.
There's just a moment where you catch her eyes narrow.
I don't know a name, I'm afraid.
You hear. You hear the mine. You hear a mine. You hear her thoughts. Mm-hmm. You hear her think. Rune cutter. Gotta be from the name. She says it like. Think I might know who you're talking about. How'd you come to meet them?
Oh, I didn't. It was a scry, actually.
But they weren't you, dead.
You hear her think. Hardly surprising, given the way we broke terms. So, what do you have against them?
Well, they very much wanted to off a friend of ours and also free, I do the inverted commas thing, some slaves, but actually take them into indentured servitude, and the whole thing was to make money for the side of some war that we don't know anything about. But it all sounded quite nasty, and we're definitely against it. Turns out they're against you. We figured we might have been actually going after the wrong person in all of this. She was the one who took the bounty out on you as well, Melissa.
Really? You hear her think. Makes sense. Makes sense they'd put a bounty out on me. Always been the type to use money rather than lead if they can. And she then says, "Well, it makes sense they'd put a bounty out on me. Always been the type to use gold rather than lead." Of course, there is that bounty between us. How much is it now on my head?
I can't remember. How much?
Wasn't like
a lot.
Oh, it was.
If it was her and her accomplices.
400 gold. And 40 per gang member at this point. It's quite
Gang
hot,
member?
actually. Well, that's what they said on the posters.
I'll thank you to
Apparently
call us
you're a
out.
gang leader now.
I will thank you to call us outlaws.
Oh,
Really,
sorry.
gang sounds like we skulk around in this. Like we skulk around
In quarries in the rain.
Gang sounds like we skulk around in streets. Bandits are on foot. Outlaw has a certain class to it.
Outlaws skulk in quarries.
It
like
implies that you
fucking
have.
people.
It implies that you can afford a horse.
Well, you're a fucking snobby criminal if ever I met one.
But seriously, bullshit notwithstanding.
You and your accomplices are worse, I would guess, and he does theatrically take a look around and just clock every single person he can see. Do a bit of mental calculation and go,
You see about 40.
Oh, Jesus, yeah.
Right. So...
1,600.
2,000 altogether.
Yeah, 2,000.
Yeah, so we're looking at, what, $2,000 for the lot of you? And they weren't specific about whether or not any of you were alive.
Well, if we're going down those routes, she says, she's a little bit taller than you, Corzin. Sorry, short stuff. Can't think of any reason to keep you alive.
You hear Corzin's fist crack.
She says, looking to Celestia. I imagine some rich drow household would pay for you to have you back alive.
Not sure they would at this point, Charlie.
And looks to you, Scamp. And you'd be worth a king's ransom, wouldn't you?
Nope.
Oh no. I reckon I have the measure of you. And you hear, I think, definitely sorcerer. So,
I mean, we wanted to keep it civilized, but this doesn't seem to be going very well.
We're not good at this, are we?
Now listen, don't take this, take it as a threat, but I've seen what the three of you can do. I just want you to know that if we're going to negotiate, don't fuck about with me, because we can take you, and you can take us, so we can talk civilly.
It was close yesterday, but yeah, we can talk civilly.
You gotta tell me, has that smart mouth of yours ever landed you in serious trouble?
So much trouble. You would not believe the trouble we have with her. Sorry.
Like, so much trouble.
And how much have your two friends had to bail you out of it?
Oh, don't worry, we cause just as much problems.
I think we're about even, really, aren't we? I genuinely look at you.
Well, I think we're even. I think Corzin, maybe we owe a few favours on that front.
Yeah, I think Corzin's probably the most sensible person here.
Although, once in a while he'll just shoot someone in a bar, so...
Yeah, and he's mental in a shit battle. I don't know what happens to him in shit battles, but he's nuts. Anyway.
He sort of side-eyes both of you. Says, look.
So if we're all done comparing... She gestures to his chest. So if we're all done comparing tit sizes here, let's talk about what you actually want.
Is that a thing people do?
I have no idea.
I have no idea. I don't know what... I'm going to be blunt here and just say, from the standpoint of someone who doesn't have breasts,
That's not a thing.
Good. What is the equivalent of dick measuring?
You just say dick measuring.
Oh, is it just still dick measuring?
Yeah.
Oh, good. I genuinely have no idea. Like, this has never really come up for me.
I would say you just say dick measuring.
Okay,
as
right.
somebody with not a
or
dick.
a pissing contest.
Okay, let's just use
Pissing contest,
Yeah, okay.
yeah.
Everyone
right,
pisses.
Let's reverse that so that we're not having weird things that don't exist. So if we've all finished playing the game of who can piss over the wall,
that sounds really hard.
If you've got the right angle, you can.
Right. Look.
I mean, a fly.
Weirdly enough,
regardless, to be honest. But...
Yeah, weirdly enough, a close family member. Blunt here. My mum, from her misspent youth as a child, assures you that you can, but it is a question of ankles.
Fucking love your mum. She's so cool. Amazing. She's amazing.
She's a legend.
Yeah.
Cannot overstate how good Jason's mum is. Stowaways. She's everything.
Right.
Anyway.
So the point is, we were just wondering if we could help each other out, or I don't know. We seem to maybe have an enemy in common. We'd like some information about what the hell is going on in this war.
Also, we'd like you to not kill Michael, which...
That would be fantastic.
Yeah. Because he's actually trying to do some good, I think.
He is. They're currently in a paperwork battle to try and actually free those people.
Well, the price on his head's higher than the price on me and mine.
Who's it from, by the way?
Word is, the Van der Sars have offered a fat $5,000.
Are you with the Van der Sars? Are you on their side?
She shrugs. One of my posse heard about it when they were drinking.
But you're very against these dwarves, yes?
She kind of leans back, pinches the bridge of her nose in the rain, wipes her face off a little bit.
For once, I'm not trying to be smart. I'm just trying to understand.
We had a disagreement.
Disagreements?
Me and my company. I'm going to be fairly blunt. We were a bit bent. We were stationed up in Newmark, at New Altmark, doing some work for Queen and Country and all that. And
right.
It was pretty safe work. We were basically just doing patrols. So we got paid a bit initially just to look the other way for some smuggling. You know how it is. Mm-hmm. And then they offered to pay us a little bit more to provide security on some shipments coming through. Basically, we were helping a few things get to place. We know one portion of a journey. We never found out the whole way. Most of it was arms. She shrugs. People are mad about... What can I say? People are mad about guns in this country.
For a rogue question, the crates didn't have stars on them, did they?
She raises an eyebrow. Gold Star Shipping. Yeah, that was the company.
Okay.
Like 5-pointed stars?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was the company. Well, that was the name they went by.
Interesting.
Don't like that.
We went, we took them from the docks, just out of town, a little way. Someone else picked them up the rest of the way. Me and mine quit when we found out that it wasn't just arms in one of those crates that were being delivered. Turns out they were smuggling a bunch of, there was 2 halflings and a dwarf.
Wow.
Huh?
So, we tried to... Well, I won't say that we came clean about it, but tried to put a stop to that. Went to our commanding officer. By the time we got there, someone had already put up some evidence about our little discretions. We caught wind we were up for court-martial. So we took our horses, we rode out, came all the way down here. Hoped we'd get away from it.
How'd that work out?
Was doing fine until the bounty caught up with us.
Say that was Marissa.
Nah. Sounds like runestone. Not runestone, sorry. Rune carver.
Huh.
She's one of the dwarves we worked with. One of our contacts. Smarmy bitch. Well, not smarmy.
Yeah, I looked
cold.
it, to be honest. So you're quite anti-people trading, yeah?
She shrugs. I know that a lot of criminals get sent off, get transported for work here and so on, but wasn't something I wanted to be a part of myself.
Well, if you kill Michael, you're a part of it. It's that simple. If you kill this man, all of those people will never be free. That's how it works.
You're also
afraid you're going to need to explain that one to me.
Right. So, thing is, what's his face, Vandersar? Percy Vandersar.
Yeah.
He left his place to Michael, or so everybody thought, in some sort of, ill fit of passion. He left it to a close person. It turns out the whole thing was engineered by Marissa. So that the Vandersars wouldn't have it, but it'd be somebody easy to get rid of.
And manipulate, well, they could.
And manipulate. He's not great with letters, so, as a lot of people aren't. So it was pretty easy to...
Milhill shrugs.
So it was pretty easy to, give him some paperwork and tell him it said something it didn't say. Basically, he thought he was signing off to free all the people on the farm. He wasn't. He was signing them into, basically, indentured servitude. Made-up debts that they'd have to pay, rent on property they hadn't asked for. They'd have to work to pay it. You get the picture.
Slavery in all but name.
Yeah, basically.
Right. You see her pinch the bridge of her nose again.
And the reason they needed to do that is because it was funding the side of the war that said dwarf is on. Correct me if I've missed anything, by the way. I'll look at the other two.
Oh, that sounds about right.
Thing is, we don't know anything about this war yet. We don't know what the sides are, what either one wants.
But we know you're on a different one than the people who wanted to keep the people on the ranch.
You want to know what my side is? This, she just is behind her. This is my side. Me and my company.
Great.
That is who I am fighting for. That is who... I am trying to keep us all alive. What? Do you think I got... Sorry. Look, I realise you don't think a lot of me. I realise that... And, yeah, we're hiding out in a fucking quarry. And, yeah, we're no angels either.
Neither are we.
Listen, I've killed people in my life. Of course I have. I'm a fucking soldier. We all have. We all fought in the last fucking war. Regent, damn it, we fought... I fought in fucking Halfland during the uprisings.
Corzin goes a bit, po-faced at that.
Do I know about that?
Roll a history check.
Oh, it's quite good, actually. Yeah, it's a 17.
Halfland is a subject nation of Ossyria. Periodically, it will try and break free, or there will be civil uprisings. The uprising she's talking about probably refers to a series of revolts about 3 years ago. There is definitely a lot of... There is a lot of... you're aware that there's a lot of prejudice from orcs towards halflings in particular. And Halfland has very begrudgingly been under the thumb of Ossyria for a long time.
Yeah, that sounded nasty.
It was. Queen and country, all that. But when you're there, you're fighting to protect the people next to you. I've never particularly cared for Her Majesty. But we are all wanted. And up until you told me that, it was really fucking easy. All I needed to do was off one random person and we'd have enough money to get off this fucking...
I know, morality's a cunt, isn't it?
It seems like something that all of us here have in common is we are in our respective situations because we had a conscience at an inconvenient time.
That's one way to put it.
That's not a reason not to have one.
Quite, but that being the case, I think what we've got to ask ourselves is, given that that's what's landed us here, are we, the two of us, going to continue what ended up being a fucker of circumstance? You didn't know who we were, we didn't know who you were, but here we are, seemingly in the midst of a situation of people far, far worse than us.
Look, money notwithstanding, I've no quarrel with you. And it seems that money notwithstanding, you've no quarrel with me.
Quite.
No.
How can we help you? That seems like a more interesting question.
That is a more interesting question.
You want to help me?
Yeah.
Get rid of that fucking bounty. That'd be a good start.
How?
And then
I don't know.
do?
Someone posted it. She steps forwards. Her fellow soldiers kind of raise their hands. Shh. Stay. I'll be right back. Shh. Just cover me, all right? She walks up towards the three of you, so she can speak without her soldiers hearing.
Corzin would dismount.
I think I already have, definitely.
Yeah, she kind of looks to Corzin in particular with this. Look. If any of you... Looks at the three of you. Looks to Corzin. You got the look of someone who's commanded a unit before, am I right?
Yeah, you could say that.
Then you know that sometimes you're just making it up day by day.
Oh, yes.
I'll level with you. My plan was get somewhere out of the way, find somewhere we could hole up defensible with the arms we stole.
And wait the conflict out, whatever it may be.
Yeah.
Seems fair.
Maybe... I don't know what we were going to do exactly for money. Maybe we'd just steal eggs from farmhouses or something, like foxes.
Well...
And if the bounty goes away, can you do that now, or is it just going to be another bounty?
Ideally... I don't know. Maybe we'd find someone who wanted to hire... Well... 47 now.
Sorry.
Soldiers.
We gave your men and women who died a proper burial.
Thank you. She gives a stiff nod. I'd hate to think they were up and walking about.
No, we were never going to let that happen. We're not...
Not again.
Monsters. But, point being, I think Scamp has a point. That if this bounty were to just go away, unless you had something else that you could put your efforts to, the chances are that you just end up with another one on your head.
Yeah, you're right. It's pretty hard for a company of armed soldiers to find work right now.
Well,
when we're wanted by the Crown.
How much would he be to hire?
That's a very good point, and the question I was about to ask.
I genuinely don't know. That's a genuine question. I've never hired soldiers before. I mean, we've hired them for the ship, but it's different.
And that's also a thing.
Do some calculations. Thinking. as I also rapidly do some calculations.
It's all good.
It's alright, it's quite a big question to like just randomly ask you.
Yeah, no, it's... Yeah.
Take your time.
I mean, to keep us all going, the horses are the expensive part.
Always.
Should just get some magic ones. It's easier.
I can make magic horses. They're not good. They're not good if you need to get away in a hurry.
Also, if you've got this many people, it's a bit of a fucker, isn't it?
Oh, they're not great in a
Quite.
fight, are they?
Kind of impractical, yeah.
Our company of cavalry we'd probably go through about 20. Well, if we were being paid our proper wages with support and everything, we'd be going through about 20 gold a day.
Is that what the Assyrian army would be paying you?
She nods. We're all trained cavaliers and sharpshooters.
Well, you were correct when you deduced that I had been responsible for people. I'm the captain of a ship. I have over 200 people who I'm responsible for in some way or another. And
She gives you an appraising look, nodding.
I understand your plight. I think that if we can get some more information about the situation that both of us are facing here, we can be of help to each other and hopefully end up in a place where nobody is running from the law anymore, because we both know how inconvenient that is.
That's for sure.
And where we can be putting that inconvenient conscience of ours to the best use possible. I'll tell you this much. On the way here to Sunder, my ship crossed paths with a East Haldanisman that was transporting a fairly large number of people into slavery and bondage. We could have let them go, but we didn't. We freed those people, and they're now all, I hope, on the way to a better and freer life. It's not something that I think people of conscience like us can abide.
I do get it though, they're really fucking inconvenient. So many times when it'd just be easier to do nothing.
Yep.
But
sometimes.
Yeah, I get that too.
There is about to be some form of big war, and we know we've got enemies on one side. It might be worth you having a look into fighting for the other side.
What, for these colonies?
Yeah. If you're looking for a new home, looking for a place where you can... I mean, you're very welcome to come with us, but there isn't room for horses on... Cavalry on a boat, it doesn't end well.
No.
I guess she looks at the coat. Well, we really should have ditched these some time ago, but it's kind of hard to get new clothes.
I get that. I wore this for ages until the tailor got angry with me.
What's keeping you alive?
I mean,
the nights are cold out here.
Oh, they are.
I mean, we could have need of 47 mercenaries at some point.
Yeah, but
there
not the
are
horses.
people on our tail. I messaged through the temple things, Quilena, with groups of Evangard. Could be helpful at some point, not imminently, but...
What's the point? Corzin would message that back, not out loud.
Well, that was a good way to get these people killed, but...
True.
I don't think fighting her head on like that is the way to do it.
No.
And it's not their fight.
No, it's not. Just a thought of a way to give them work more than anything.
Depends if it's... Specifically, if it's just Celestia that Quillanir is here for, and there isn't some other machination going on.
There's business. Don't know what business, but business.
Well, I'm perfectly happy to upset that.
We should probably stop messaging. She's going to think we're quiet for a really long time.
You do actually notice that you have been... you have actually been... Mill Hill is watching between the three of you, glancing at each other, not saying anything, and narrowing her eyes.
Sorry. We thought there might be something you could help with, but actually it seems unfair to ask you to get involved right now.
We might actually just get you killed, and it's not worth it. Yeah.
Look, if you are going to hire us, use us properly. We're a fast-moving, lightly armed band of essentially raiders and scouts. If you need a place scouted, we can do that. If you need us to harry someone, to set fires and break things, we do that. We have the... She gestures backwards to the heavy armor emplacements. We have these, but it's not really what we trained with.
Very impressive.
It's one of the things that Gold Star was shipping.
Do you know anything else about them?
Yeah.
She shakes her head. I reckon they can't be that far from Newmark.
It could be just a coincidence, but that does sound eerily like, a group we're also familiar with under another name.
Again, I've messaged through the metal thing. Also in the vision that I got stuck in for ages, there was a crate with a gold star.
Just out of character clarification, are you talking about the vision
the one where I was stuck for a week and saw loads of little images?
Right,
One of them
yes,
was a crate
okay,
with a gold star on. Yeah.
Cool, alright, fine.
Fair question though, there's been loads.
Yeah. Alright. This is something I think definitely warrants looking into further.
Yeah.
Well, in the meantime, if you know anyone who can pay me 600 gold to keep us all alive and in munitions for a month, I'd happily stop the raiding.
I messaged the other two. I have 200.
How many dead bodies did we have from last week?
You have 13.
Okay, 13 times 40, somebody.
It's 520.
600 gold.
She nods.
I look at the other two.
I mean, we could...
If we were to...
If we were to cash in your dead comrades that we killed, we could get you that. I thought, let's be honest about it.
Yeah.
There's a blank look for a moment before she just... Wow.
Yeah. I thought it was best, to be honest. Yeah. I couldn't think of a good way to put it, so I just said it.
No, I know them. At least 3 of them would have found that hilarious. Well...
I'd say I'm sorry, but I think it's pointless.
There's a bit of that. Casualties of war and that.
Yeah.
Well, I suppose it's...
We need to find a way to make the rest of it go away, this bounty. It's a problem.
If we can do this for you, then at least it's going to make, hopefully, slightly more of a chance that if you lose any more people, they're at least going to be doing something slightly more, I don't know, worthwhile.
I'm not really concerned about doing Well, obviously, I'm a little concerned about doing worthwhile. I won't be going on. I don't plan on accepting any suicide missions, but I know how. But I understand. Region, I understand there's casualties, and even if you do things right.
Look, we've both been soldiers. Do you know that it's never good to lose a comrade, but at least it makes it slightly better if you knew that they died for something worth fighting for.
Something better than putting down my own countrymen and revolt. I guess.
Exactly.
If we brought you that money, A, I mean, would it help? And B, would you please not kill Michael? Just asking at this point.
She shrugs.
He has the same conscience that we do.
As I said, money aside, I have no quarrel with him. And if I don't need to worry about money, then I've no quarrel with him.
Would you like to get involved with the other side? Like, if we put you in contact, would you be mercenaries for them?
If they can pay us, sure.
Right.
I don't think I'm going to be fighting for Assyria again.
Nah, probably not. Likely.
Because whatever... Well, actually, in fairness, the first crimes were also fair. We did actually do all of the smuggling and that, but we're definitely deserters at this point.
Yeah.
And that's what we like to call a hanging offence.
I heard they shot deserters.
Yeah, they're trying to save them.
Hanging was for sedition. They don't take it kindly.
So, we get you some money. We try and get rid of this bounty somehow, once we've, claimed some of it. We find out what the other side of the war is. If it's something worth fighting, we get you in touch with them.
Alright.
There's a plan, look at that. We've done some planning.
And you don't kill Michael?
Yeah, that's
Give me that money, I don't kill anyone, unless you ask me to. Listen, I'll trust you to arm's length.
That's fair.
Until you come back with some cash. But if you come back with friends, then this is going to be a fight.
Yeah, that's
Understood.
Fine.
Reasonable.
I would probably do the same in your position.
Yeah.
I mean, how much would it cost to hire you to keep an eye on Michael and keep him safe?
600 gold a month.
I mean, we could ask him, find out how much they've got to spare.
Yeah, not a bad idea.
If they can, that does neatly solve 2 problems.
It does.
No,
would you do that if he hired you?
As long as he's not salty about the trying to assassinate him thing, sure.
Yeah, it's pretty cool, actually. I think we could probably swing it.
We could sell it to him, I'm sure.
I just imagined a jump cut to Michael.
Michael, we said you'd be cool.
I have so many sendings to do. I have just a hilarious number of awkward sendings to do.
It's probably just simpler just to go back and talk to him.
I mean, honestly, yeah, at this point we're quite nearby, aren't we, really?
It's like an hour's journey.
Told you it would be straight bloody back.
Oh, God. It's so awkward, isn't it?
Because they didn't... So, the family didn't hire you specifically. It's just...
They just put the word out.
So other people will be coming.
And you're pretty good protection.
Apparently not as good as you, but we'd hold our own, eh?
You're a bunch of trained soldiers who know the land and can fortify it effectively. There's enough of you.
That's true. And we're good scouts.
It's a good deterrent as well.
That's what we did in the war.
Like, honestly. People are less likely to take the job if there's 47 of you around.
To be honest, I'm kind of surprised that the Vandasars didn't have a force comparable to this if what Michael has inherited is what they were protecting.
This is untraceable.
I suppose.
If they send their own people, that's a little bit obvious. It's not subtle.
Yeah. True.
I imagine they, as you said, they do have a force like this, but they don't exactly want their name coming up in a court of law, do they?
No.
No, that would be distinctly embarrassing for them, I'm sure.
Well, that fucking image, isn't it?
I mean, also, it's super illegal. There is law in this country,
Celestia.
right?
Yes, after a fashion.
It can be... Sorry. I just tried to think of an equivalent for what... I didn't want to say wild in the West. I tried to say something beginning with E in the East, and the only word that came to mind was erotic.
That sounds like a title by AP Honeybee.
Oh. It can get pretty unruly here in the East.
Sorry, it was fine. It was just the face that you did when you were saying it.
Also, all I'm hearing now is erotic. Doesn't matter.
Same. You've ruined it. You shouldn't have told us. We're all going to say it forever.
You get more law towards the cities.
I bloody hope so. If you got less, that's a problem.
Oh, yeah. Right, I suppose... Sorry, it's very early. Do excuse me yawning.
That's alright. I was expecting you to have more of a hangover.
Fuck you.
This one can hold her bruise.
Clearly.
Celestia does like a surprise face at Corzin and tries to cover it, but it's like rubbish. Like, I'm not even going to roll a check, it's just rubbish. I cocked her head around.
Okay.
Friends build each other up.
Oh, it's so sweet. I love him.
Alright. You brokered the arrangement with this, Michael. And we'll play bodyguard.
Alright. We'll get back to you very soon. Could you stay not sanctumed for a bit, or give us somebody who's not going to be...
She points to someone. Oi! Craig! Halfling zips up. Hi there.
Why are you laughing at the name Craig?
I don't know!
This is Craig. He'll stand outside the sanctum.
Hello, Craig.
Hi, Craig.
Consent him. Hello there.
Oh, wow. Hi, Craig.
Whoa.
Pleased
Hello,
to meet
Craig.
you.
How are you today?
I'm fine. How are you?
I'm well, thanks.
Good. Does this mean we're not fighting them? No, we're not
It
fighting
would seem
them.
not.
Oh.
Are you any good at a fight, Craig?
Craig. Oh yeah. Craig's one of my top sharpshooters. Can put a bullet between your eyes at close to 320 paces.
That's really impressive.
I'm a pretty crack shot!
Fucking hell, Craig. Right, okay.
Corzin is treating this as absolutely normal because it would be for him.
Yeah.
Celestia's thinly trying not to laugh. Like, it's just...
Scamp's trying to work out if they're still asleep. Is this a nightmare? Is this all just one big nightmare?
Right, we'll send to Craig. I look forward to the return message with intensely, if I'm honest. We'll get back to you really soon.
Right. As I say, we're not going anywhere.
See ya.
Best of luck. And, glad we could talk things out.
Yes. Thank you for agreeing to this.
Feels oddly sensible.
Yeah, it's very unlike us. We're more like make a cart look like a dragon. That's our usual sort of plan.
We did do that.
Yes, I was wondering about the dragon that opened its mouth and then spat a very classical fireball.
It's definitely real.
Well,
We've powerful
Rainbow
friends.
dragons are extremely common.
where we come from.
Yeah, you get loads of them in Jova. Loads. They all
Yes.
spit out
Perfectly
perfectly
normal.
formed fireballs.
Celestia, it's like, you
And
do realise that,
magic,
like,
and magic counterspelled at a far greater range than anyone's ever done.
Nah, you're just not good at maths.
Yeah, spatial awareness isn't your strong point, darling.
Fixes. Fixes you with a stare for a few seconds before breaking it. Right. Take care of yourselves.
You
Me
too.
too.
Walks back to it kind of steps away, keeping your eyes on you for a few moments before turning and walking back to the group. They watch you remount. Still kind of guns trained in your general direction.
As we get back on the horses, I think that went rather well.
I mean, it could have gone so much worse.
It could have been really bad. This
'Cause
was actually kind of a terrible idea, but I think we did all
Oh, it was an
right.
awful idea. I forgot to cast Mage Armor this morning. There's so many things where this could have gone wrong.
Round 1. Puckle gun. 2 mortars. Bunch of sharpshooter barrage.
Celestia, has a small, heart attack on her. You forgot to cast your armor spell, and we went into that.
Oh, do you know how often I remember that spell? It's like once a week, maybe.
I don't want you to tell me how often you forget that spell. That's terrifying. What is wrong with you?
well, just good job it didn't end in a fight. Let's go. Also, Celestia, you do realise that most of them are probably from Jova. They would know how common dragons aren't.
That's your
fucking
issue
point,
with our lie?
I love that was your problem, yeah.
That's the bit you think we're gonna see through?
I'm just saying.
How did we run a revolution? We're fucking idiots, a lot of us.
What are we doing?
What's wrong with us?
You
Why
see,
does anyone ever let us outside?
I
Look,
think
I
we're
don't know if
going
this-
worse.
Yeah.
Look,
We're
I
going
don't know if this is
downhill.
I don't know if this is a comforting thought, but I think honestly, the majority of people are actually like us, as clueless and as out of their depths, and somehow things don't go wrong sometimes.
That is not a comfort.
It's kind of weirdly wise, though, as ever.
Oh, yeah, but...
You often say, weirdly not comforting things that are weirdly comforting because
What's
they're
the opposite of
wise.
learning?
The opposite of learning?
Forgetting?
That's
I
what
guess.
we're doing, I guess. Because we're certainly not learning.
No, we're not. We've not learned a fucking thing.
Read something.
You ride back to the Vandus.
I send ahead to Leah 15
they
minutes
are-
before.
They are waiting at essentially on the porch, protected from the rain as you ride up. Well, you're back a bit sooner than I expected.
Yeah, sorry about that.
Yeah, I told you we would be.
Well,
So,
hopefully good news.
I'm gonna sit as soon as we sit on the porch, there's dry all of us with prestidigitation. The hair
thank you.
poops out.
Yeah, it's
Thank
weird.
you.
It's like you all just exude a mist, which then falls to the ground.
Oh, it's
Rain's
so
kind
much
of
better,
cool, but
thank
also
you.
awful. Ugh.
It's the worst.
Anyway, so how would you feel about hiring your potential assassins as bodyguards?
You want?
I do oppose.
And
Phrased
here
it
is the
that way,
jump
Celestia.
cut that I imagined earlier. You want me to do what?
Oh, I thought coming out with it in a sentence would make it better, but actually, no, that's much worse.
Look,
That's actually not a bad idea. What are you? What? No.
they
really,
have
I'm-
absolutely nothing against you personally. They were just hired to do a job. If you
Oh, I'm
prefer-
glad that these my stone cold would-be killers don't feel very strongly towards me.
No, but the
they
point
really don't.
being
They're
is
just stuck for cash.
you right now represent the best possible chance for them remaining A, alive, and B, at liberty. They are not going to resent that.
If you got 600 gold a month,
enough that the estate can spare, you could genuinely have protection. It'd be a deterrent for a lot of other people who will be taking up the bounty on you.
And we can cover the cost of the first month.
Yeah, we can do that.
With the bounty on them.
Yeah.
Michael looks from the three of you. Have I got 600 gold a month to spare?
I don't
know how much money you have.
Have I got 600 gold a month to spare?
I don't know if you have or not. I don't know how much money he left you.
Yes. The answer is yes, I have 600 gold a month to spare.
Cracking.
I'm not... Let me put this into context. I don't actually know how rich I am right now.
Oh, wow. You're really fucking rich.
Partly because I'm still trying to work out which numbers are real.
That's entirely reasonable.
In the accounts. But yes, I think I can probably afford 600 gold a month to surround myself with bodyguards. I feel a little bit weird about the people who tried to kill me this time yesterday. In fairness, love, it was actually later on in the morning yesterday. Not exactly the point. Look, they've clearly proved that they're capable of taking on dangerous individuals and surviving. Most of them.
Oh, us! Yes.
We aren't. Oh, we are kind of, aren't we?
I watched you stop a spinning, flaming carriage in midair.
Oh, that was easy.
Yep, that was definitely a thing you did.
That was pretty cool.
I also used that spell for cleaning my room, so you know. Same spell.
I wondered actually. Never mind.
Never get less ridiculous.
Right.
Oh.
Okay.
Scamp casts Fantasia.
So what you're saying is, if I hire them, they're not going to run around banditing.
Yes.
They've no need to do that because they were being paid at least as much as they were when they were soldiers.
They're just a company trying to feed themselves.
Well, I understand that.
But they weren't hired specifically, so other people are likely to come and try and kill you?
Oh, lovely.
5 grand bounty.
He opens his mouth and closes it. I know it's the money talking, but I actually feel a little insulted.
Oh, I'm sure you do. It's never enough,
because I know for a fact they can afford more than that.
Oh, I'm sure. We will do our best to ensure that goes away, one way or the other.
Yeah, we need to look into that.
I know that 5 grand is not something to sniff at. Like,
it's half a ship.
Regent, no, absolutely not. You know, I used 2 years ago. I was lucky if I could
going around sniffing money.
2 years ago, I was lucky if I had 5 silver pieces to rub together. But
who's rubbing money together? What are these
Michael,
phrases?
Apparently.
Michael reaches into his pocket, gets out 2 silver pieces, hands them to you. Gets another 2. Try rubbing these together. Just feel it. It's weirdly greasy. It's actually kind of a nice feeling.
Huh.
Yeah.
Is this a thing people do? Is this normal?
Well, I do now. This is lovely.
Scamp, you gained 2 silver pieces.
This is a weird day. Just that headache, like right under my eye, it's back.
Alright. I guess I'm hiring would-be assassins as my personal protection.
Great. Suppose I'll send to them and tell them to come and say hello.
Do we? Right. That's going to sound like a big old trap. Maybe we should go and meet them with some money.
Yeah.
Like half of it for a down payment or something. Or
sure.
like a week's wages or something. I don't know.
Wrong character. Sure. Wait here. Steps back inside. Comes back a few moments later with a. Actually, yeah, it would be hard cash given that they are. So, with a small little wooden box. It's not like a chest. This is like a. It's a tobacco tin. I'm actually going to say. It's not even a box. It is a small metal tobacco tin filled with gold coins.
Huh.
That's 300.
Cracking. We'll go and get them, I guess. Lovely.
Yes. Right.
I guess
all this before second breakfast.
We better send to Craig.
What do you send to Craig?
Craig, darling, tell Millhill to meet at... God, where's a spot, like, halfway between the quarry and here? Is there a particular place?
There's the place you got ambushed.
Meet at ambush spot from yesterday.
Wow.
We've got half-month wages. Michael happy. Hooray! Jobs for everyone. See you soon.
The spirits filter away, come back. Fantastic! I'll pass the message on. Let me tell you, I'm really happy about this. We've actually been going for some time now, just in the mud. And I have to say...
You see Celestia wince as the sending comes back. You know, I feel like my hangover's back. Whew! Ow! It's good. It's all good.
Is it good? All right.
Meeting them at the ambush spot from yesterday.
Well, that was poor taste.
It's halfway between the quarry and here. I panic. Shut up.
Meet us at the place we murdered your friends.
Yes, meet us there. Craig didn't seem to give a shit.
Craig is a hangover in form of a person. I don't think
Craig is what my hangovers feel like.
Dionysus.
Your hangovers feel like halflings?
Dionysus went back in time, had sex with a halfling, and produced a half-halfling, half-hangover demigod.
And his name was Craig? No, Craig would be the hangover name. Actually, that works.
So
we go and give her some money.
You ride to the hangover spot. There is a somewhat terse exchange, and after taking and examining the money in the tobacco tin, Millhill, who hands over the money? Which of the three of you would hand it over?
I feel like Corzin would. I don't know.
Yep. Oh, okay.
You hand her the money. She offers a hand. Right then. Pleasure doing business.
He takes it, shakes it.
We'll
I'm glad we
ride
could come to a mutually agreeable arrangement.
We'll ride out to our new boss then. See if we can get some new coats. And best of luck with that war. I guess we'll be around, Michael, when you need us.
Thank you.
Send, right?
She nods.
Would you mind sending if anyone has a go?
Will do.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Please do.
And with that, the Cavaliers ride up, and the surviving 47 trample off in the direction of the Von Spearthrust plantation.
I mean, we've saved him some money by killing some of them off.
Yeah, we have a bit.
While true, I'm not sure that's the thing to focus on.
This is
It
true.
really isn't.
It would have been 700 a month if the company was intact.
Well, that was a lot.
This has been an interesting morning.
Yeah.
I think it went well.
Very well.
Fantastic
Look at us all
idea
still being
to
alive.
just hire them as guards for him.
I'm not going to
well
lie,
done.
it's a really good power move.
It's really good. Fucking ridiculous, but good.
Honestly, though, if rumor gets out about this, it's going to be nothing but good for Michael. It's so daring and
batshit.
yeah.
We've got to get rid of that bounty, though. That bounty is a big problem now.
Yes, we do.
We also have a fuckload of sendings to do.
Indeed.
So that's going to hate me. It's going to be so annoyed. Also, we wanted to do that scrying. The 2 scryings. We have all the sending and all the scrying to do.
Alright. Maybe the first thing to ask Savat is what Pippin Cross lost his commission for. Because if it was the equivalent of, like you say, eating babies, then maybe we might want to reconsider. But at least we'll know.
I'm going to ask if there's any possibility of him getting a job back first, because I think, depending on what he did, there will or won't be.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
That should
I know I'm the
answer it
worst,
to some
but I'm going to
degree.
ask him that first.
I mean, if what he lost his commission for was betraying people and lying to their face, we maybe need to reconsider your position with him.
True.
I mean, it could just be that under the old regime, he did something that somebody in a superior position to him just didn't like.
Yeah, so let's find out that first.
Alright, do you want to craft a sending?
Yeah, should we send now? We ready?
I mean, what
No
else
time
we
like the
got?
present.
Anything else we need to do immediately?
What time of day
Where
is
do you
it?
want to go? It's by this point, it's mid-morning. It's like 9 in the morning. You are currently at an ambush spot on a road. On some magic horses. They may be
Let's
horses,
get off the
I don't
road
know.
at least.
Yeah.
I think they're mostly horses today, but they're mud colour horses.
Huh,
'Cause everything's mud.
I was going to say let's hide in the trees, and then I remembered that they were fake.
There aren't actually any copses of trees around here.
Yeah,
That's
bugger.
weird.
This is a wide open prairie.
Bugger. This isn't a good place to do stuff, is it?
Let's get off the road at the very least.
I mean, we're going to see anyone coming.
True.
For miles, yes. I'll keep an eye out.
Yeah. Alright.
You get off the eerily still horses. Do you want to abstract this ending, or do you want to word it?
I think it's fun to do it, isn't it?
Okay, go for it.
I mean, obviously, I think we can abstract the one where I go, could you make sure the president's free to talk? I think we abstract that, because that's boring.
Yes, that is actually the first thing
Yeah.
that happens is you get...
That's really not interesting.
You send off, and someone says...
Do we get Louis, the sending mage?
You get Louis, the sending mage, who... Do you actually include in the... What do you... In your request to speak to Savat, do you actually ask... Do you pass any information on to Louis, the sending mage, to give Savat time to prepare for your conversation?
Yeah, I say it's about... it's about Pippin Cross. I say... Ooh, what? How would I put this? Would I say people on my tail, or would I say he's working for people doing bad things?
How much does Savat know?
You might actually be better.
Savat knows I got kidnapped.
Just to say that he's working for elements of the Underdark.
Yes.
You could just say it's a family thing. Savat knows enough to know that ain't good.
The
Yeah, I mean,
Underdark
he
is
knows it was-
basically their #1 national enemy at the moment. You know, above and beyond literally everybody else on Jover, it would seem.
Yeah, I say family and Underdark problem.
Cool. You get the reply
Because
back.
he knows it was my family that kidnapped me, doesn't he? Yeah, he does, yeah.
You get the reply back. Message received. We'll pass on. Next free slot in 15 minutes for conversation. Also, hello.
Oh.
Has been a while. Good to hear from you, Celestia. Bye.
Oh, now I love Louis. That was
Yep.
so cute.
Yep.
Oh.
And 15 minutes later, when it's the allotted time, you are then able to send to Savat directly.
Family Underdark problem. Someone following me. Powerful. Hired mage. Could be spy. Pippin Cross. Wants commission reinstated. Major. Cushy job. Nice house. Debts paid. Possible?
So pause before. Cross. Former captain. Lost commission over corruption, embezzlement, suspicion. Insufficient evidence to hang. Big ask. Make sure it's worth it.
I pass this on to the other two. It is worth it, isn't it?
I would say so at this point. If we can hobble your family's plans.
It's not just for me. What are they doing?
Well, that's what I mean, is what are they doing? I can't imagine it's anything good.
I just worry about giving people government positions in return for favours that are a little bit personal, even if there is a greater good.
Yeah.
I'm worried about what they're doing. I'm worried about what side of this war they're on.
Yeah.
They're on the side that is going to directly benefit them the most, aren't they? Let's be frank here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I cannot imagine that they are on the side that is going to be averse to slavery. It's too much of a profitable business venture for them.
Well, they've got the whole extra problem now of they're wanted dead on the
This
underdog.
is true, but doesn't that mean that they're that much more in need of cash?
Yeah, but it means they've no longer got the way of making it through this business.
It also means that Earl will be desperate and they'll be looking for surface ties as much as possible. So if there are things going on up here, they are in them. Also, my mother has been preparing for the Underdark to fall and the house to fall for years. Like this should be fine. I imagine she was already in with all of it. She's just accelerated plans.
Oh, right.
If
So
I had
she was
to guess.
forward thinking, alright.
Yes, but she didn't tell us everything, but she definitely was. Is.
Alright.
I think it's worth it. It's the only information channel we have.
No, I agree with you. I think, though, that
I don't know if I'm being selfish. I can't tell. I don't think I am.
No, if it finally comes down to it, in terms of what this mage wants, then I think that it is reasonable to tell him that Savat or whoever is willing to entertain the notion, but they have not committed to it yet.
He will not tell me anything.
Nah, he's not going to do anything on that.
I wouldn't do it for that. I'd be like, fuck off. It's a yes or no. Would you do it for a whiff of it? Because I fucking wouldn't.
Nah.
Not with her. You've met her.
I think that the reality of it, if he gets to the point where he can cash in on this promise, it's worth it.
Right. I agree. I just wanted to check I wasn't just doing it for me.
No, you're not.
It's personal,
there's so
but it's
much
also not personal.
It's personal to you, and I absolutely understand why, but also there's a lot more scope to this. And
they
yeah,
are terrifying
you're right.
amounts of money.
Exactly.
Unthinkable amounts of money. You can get a lot done with that, and my mother is in with everyone. And even just a few units of the avant-garde, what you can get done with that is terrifying. I want information. We need to know before we can do anything.
Alright.
I'm gonna gather the Rainbow Spirit.
Let's see then.
It's worth it. Not just personal. Political. Scary family. In with all sorts. Part of Sunder War. Hurting people. Maybe. Probably. Need information. Hope will.
Okay. For now, house, job, commission. Will take 3 months. Enough time to arrange. Keep me appraised. News. First bastion has fallen. Progressing to Utu.
See Celestia grin. First bastion's fallen, they're going to Utu.
Oh.
Sounds like the siblings are,
pulling through.
Yeah.
Amazing.
Wow.
Well, they did promise a strong message, didn't they?
Yeah.
Good on them.
Whew.
That's very exciting.
That's never happened before, as far as I'm aware.
I don't think so.
Like, never, ever.
No one's got that far. That's mad. Good for them.
Yeah.
So, what next?
We had another sending to do. What was it? No, we've done the other one. Just scrying now. But it depends if we have time for that this episode or not. I don't know where we're at.
We do, actually. We do have time for this. We've got easily another 15 minutes.
Cool. So, where the fuck are the fucking shit that I've written down? I don't know why I'm still in character with. Help.
Celestia literally checking her notebook.
Where are the notes? Next time the Grail is scryable, and when Quilena will next be on land were the two that we wanted to do.
Or when she next leaves the ship she is on.
Yeah. Which one do we want to do first?
I think the Quilena is more pressing at this point.
Yeah, just in case that's
knowing what we do. It's useful information, but Quilena could be literally days away and we need to know.
Yeah. I take the eye out. I say, show me the next time Quilena Rothanol leaves her ship and is in a scribal location.
Spin the eye out. And plunge down into the waters. A bubble floats towards you. You see this be? You see a harbour. It is not a harbour you recognise. There is. It appears to be of a not dissimilar area, not dissimilar feel and area though. The climate, the region still feels temperate, but where are we in the time? A little bit, but things feel warmer. The sun feels warmer on your skin. The sky is brighter. Leaves have passed from. I'm trying to think where they would be. Yeah, the leaves will actually have be passing from bloom into leaves. So there are less of the signs of spring around. It seems there is no obvious marker of time beyond that.
So it's a little bit more into spring than we are, would you say? Or is it about the same?
Give me a nature check.
That's a 12.
You're not very familiar with surface
what are
climate.
trees and drow, yeah.
But there are less flowers around, yes. So it feels like probably later on.
Like a couple of weeks later, or months, or...
You've seen the rate at which... Well, you've lived through a... You've lived through a spring before, just on the opposite hemisphere. So...
Could Corzin retroactively help her with this once this is relayed?
Maybe, but I'd say that you probably a few weeks. Could be a few weeks, could be a couple of months. Not really clear. You're currently in early spring. Oh, sorry, you're actually in mid-spring, so it might be a month or so. It's really hard to pin down. You see her step off a ship which is actually mirrored. You see the mirrored outline of a ship in the bay. But Quilena steps off. I'm trying to think. Where would she be? It is night as well, actually. One thing to mention. So were there many flowers out, they would likely be closed. Let me rephrase that. It is night. Perhaps late spring, early summer. Hard to tell. Quilena steps out of the mirrored shape of a boat onto a harbour, flanked by not immediately the Ebon Guard, not fully armoured that you would expect, but as 4 humans in the kind of classical grey coats of mercenaries, but behind them another 4 drow, also in these classical mercenary style clothes with their caps pulled close over their heads to hide their hair. You kind of glance around the harbour. It's not one you recognise. There is a distinctive... the most distinctive building is it's essentially a cathedral built almost in the Regency style, but only parts of it are wood. Sorry, parts of it are stone. It seems the higher parts are definitely wood, and there is something of the colonial influence to it. I would like you to make... I guess this would be a history check.
11.
The style is not exactly the same as the colonial architecture you've seen in Thunder's Watch. There's something different about it. different shapes, different fashions. There is still the tendency to paint buildings in sort of pastel colours that continues throughout the buildings around, throughout the area around, but there is a different architectural flavour to it. You see that. I'm trying to think what you would see. As they are walking, they pass a warehouse where you can see thick bales and bales of cotton ready for transport. Not spun into cloth, raw cotton. That are balls that have been harvested and bound together. The party make their way directly through the streets. They do not speak. They have a definite destination they are going to, in the nicer section of town. Still around, not quite mansions and estates, townhouses, but well-made townhouses, certain fanciness to them, more brick and stone to their building. Until they approach one that to you just looks like the outline of a house in mirrored bubble. You see a door open and they step into it and vanish from your sight.
Interesting. The drow that were in the hoods that were not here, did I get a look at any of them?
I will say that yes, they were walking for about 5 minutes. So
anyone I recognise?
Give me an intelligence check.
1.
No one you trained with.
Fuck it.
I will say 2 female, 2 male.
Cool. Not much else I can do in this one then.
Not necessarily.
No.
Unless there's anything else you'd think of while you're still here outside the house.
Yeah.
The vision has brought you to here, but it's not like pressing you into it to end it. You can't really leave this house, but you can kind of look around and think of anything you might want to do, but otherwise...
I mean, look around with it, any indicator of where I might be, any
give me a perception
papers,
check.
anything, like... That's an 18. Oh, 19, sorry.
19. You kind of strain your ears. There's not much to listen to look to, but you do hear at one point a couple of people drunkenly stumbling through the street, chatting to each other.
Can you really believe everything? Have you really heard everything that's happening? I know. It is absolute bullshit, Louis. They're saying that they're actually trying to declare full autonomy. It's not autonomy, it's independence. What? No. Those northern colonies, this is... I know what you mean. Oh, looks like you did the brandy a little hard. Can't get any good brandy anymore. Used to get some from the old country. Now it's just...
We're not in Seoul then.
No, it's just all this stuff the Syrians bring through.
You just hear them devolve into throwing up into an alleyway for a bit before the vision ends.
Sulian colony, maybe?
Yeah, Sulian colony of some description. I tell you everything, as ever. So it looks like it's in a few weeks, which is something. It's not immediately.
That's good to know.
Although I suspect you're about to immediately take it away.
Yeah. How are we feeling? Do we want to get both of them done and then discharge them, or do we want to discharge this one and do the other one later?
Oh, let's do them both, otherwise we just have to tie you up twice. And...
It's effort, isn't it?
You're right.
It's so much effort.
Let's get this out of the way as quickly as possible.
Yeah.
How are you doing?
All right. I don't like that she's coming, but it's comforting that she's not
immediately on top of us. Yeah, I'm glad too.
Yeah.
Also,
right. Sounds like she's in the wrong place if she's coming for you.
Yeah.
That's true, actually.
Let's hope so. We should get into the habit of not talking in detail about where we are, though.
Yes, we are in...
Scarrel's Cove! That's where we always are when we pretend we're somewhere.
I remember nowhere else.
On our way to Scarrel's Cove, as always.
Definitely in Hongguo. Like, very far away. Maybe even like freaking Fernon. Who while we're going hog wild here.
You're being very convincing. Maybe we're Hongguo or Fernon. Oh, such good acting.
Yes, there's look, there's a Diplodocus. Yeah, definitely in Fernon.
Oh yes.
What's one of those, and can I have one as a pet?
It's a good word. What does it mean?
Oh, it's a giant lizard.
Oh yeah,
Ooh.
you've seen illustrations
that's literally all Corzin would have seen.
That have been passed around taverns that beg a belief. Mind you, though, it's not entirely begging belief. You're kind of imagining almost like those little feathered raptors from around from Pader's March, but bigger and like weirdly proportioned. It's not as crazy as that one that someone brought back sketching. It just looked like they rammed a duck's bill onto like some sort of weird
beaver.
Furry beaver. Yeah.
That doesn't sound likely.
That's just made up, yes.
Yeah.
What I'm actually imagining, and I'm sorry this is possibly only something that the four of us are going to appreciate, but I'm imagining like how the depiction of a dragon on your DM screen is relating to actually how other dragons are referred to.
My DM screen was made with love.
Absolutely, and it is a wonderful DM screen. I will hear nothing bad about it.
I'm like loads better at drawing now.
It's brilliant, though. It looks like those like medieval drawings of basilisks and things.
Aww.
It's amazing.
Very sweet.
Let's just make these. I'm trying to think. I'm just quickly scrabbling some things together. Okay, yeah, let's go from this.
Have we fucked you up as DM?
No, it's fine. I think maybe I hadn't necessarily. Maybe I should have prepared slightly more. Prepared had my future vision array prepared, but we're good.
Okay.
We were always gonna fuck him up with this one, weren't we, folks?
Yeah. I mean, this is the real fucker, so enjoy this one. So I spin the eye.
Okay.
Show me the Holy Grail the next time it's in a scribable location.
Okay, so this is based on what. With the way the present currently stands, what is the most likely scenario for this time?
Oh yeah, it can change, like with everything we do. Yeah.
The eye spins. You plunge down into the water. Nothing comes. And you return. You don't get another future telling, but it is a no read.
The fuck? Nothing. How does that work?
It's never going to be scryable again?
That's weird.
The Grail itself is definitely scryable because we've scribed in it before.
We've seen it, yes. All right.
So it's not just like, whoa, this thing isn't scryable. Like that's not what's happening.
No, it's never. If things go as they are, it will never be in a scryable location again.
It is destroyed before it gets to a describable location.
Oh, maybe.
Well, that would be the only thing I could think of. It's like if you were to scry on a person who is now dead, nothing would happen.
Happen with the deal, right? If the Grail was destroyed before I could get to it, would the deal be dead?
I don't know.
How the fuck are we supposed to find it if it's never scryable?
What would happen if someone who was unscryable got hold of it?
That's a good point. So you're saying somebody who maybe had an eye, for example.
That doesn't make you non-scryable, though.
No, it doesn't make you non-scryable, but it just makes it more difficult.
I mean, I've scryed on people with eyes before. And also, it's not like you can resist it if it's future, you know?
No, true. Alright, so
But sanctums.
It would imply, obviously, that then the Holy Grail is somewhere currently that is unscribable, which makes sense. But
I don't even want to find it. I have no interest in it.
I mean, I wouldn't have been interested in it, but for the fact that it may be a factor in either A, killing the Kraken, or B, preventing the end of the world as we know it.
I only have an interest in it because if I stop having an interest in it, the deal's broken.
Yeah.
And I don't know what will happen. Oh, I want to do something really dumb. I don't know what's wrong with me and this character.
What are you going to do? Tell us before you do it.
I haven't said that out loud. I would like to decide for a split second that I'm cheesed off and I don't want to find it.
Okay.
Oh boy.
It's in my head, so I don't tell either of you. I just think it.
Right, what do you do then?
What would I be doing?
What would you do then? Yeah, I just want. Yeah, what is the next thing you do?
I guess start thinking about whatever we're doing next. Start trying to strike up a conversation to do with what else we're doing.
So what do you do? What exactly do you do next? What is the next action you do?
I don't know. I hadn't thought that far ahead.
No, literally. What on impulse? Having made that decision, what do you do next? You said you're striking up a conversation. What do you say? Who do you talk to?
Sorry, you've thrown me. I don't know why that's thrown me so much. It's just.
Is it like the next physical action?
What is the next physical thing you do?
Next physical thing. I make some coffee.
Okay, you quietly make some coffee. What do you do after that? The others, the pair of you watch Celestia frown for a moment, stop getting up.
Anyone want a coffee?
Celestia turns, opens her mouth, and nothing comes out.
What?
You right?
Celestia?
Hello.
Nothing. Celestia opens her mouth, and her mouth doesn't even mouth the words. It just opens like a fish and closes.
Celestia, are you alright?
She freezes. Right. Okay.
Alright. Corzin is going to immediately try and talk to her through the sending stone.
Okay.
Celestia, are you alright?
Can you hear me through this?
Celestia frowns. You can't hear any response.
Shit.
Because it relies on you suffocating.
Regent, damn it.
Telepathy.
Alright.
Well, I guess I'm finding the Grail then. I'm going to decide to find it again.
As you make that decision, you hear Celestia say, well, I guess I'm finding the Grail then.
What did you do?
I decided not to find it for a second, and ooh.
That bitch!
Well, actually...
I'm going to sit down for a moment. Whoa. Okay.
Corzin is furious.
Yeah.
Well, actually, as things go, I mean, it's terrible, but...
Have you tried being me and not speaking?
I was half expecting your heart to stop or something. I can't remember the exact words of the deal, but I assumed it'd be more instantly fatal.
That is fatal for me.
You're still living at the moment. You can change your mind about it. I thought you'd just be gone.
Horribly, if it were, looking at this from Olga's point of view, if it just killed you, then it renders you incapable of doing the thing that she wants you to do, and that's sort of counterproductive.
Just kill me.
Yeah.
She likes suffering. They all like suffering.
Yeah. Fuck! He is pacing furiously.
Do you need anything?
The rain during your last cry, the rain is actually thinned out, and like a little bit of light has come through. So you're in this weirdly like half shadowed thing where Corzin is now tromping through the mud, just kicking up bits of mud.
Can I get you anything?
No, it's
You have the cafetiere.
Would you like a coffee?
Yeah, fine. I'll have a cup. I'll have a cup of coffee.
Wow.
He takes it and starts sipping at it with ill grace.
I know it wouldn't be for everyone. I think it'd be pretty bad for most people, but for me, that's pretty much the equivalent of being dead, but alive.
I know. But my immediate thought is what I would do. What I would never do, because it's a monstrous, terrible thing to do. Every time you decide not to do it, it would kill someone you cared about. I'd say that's worse.
There are hopefully limits to even Olga's abilities.
I'd say that's easier done than stealing a voice.
Possibly.
I just say don't.
It was only a stray thought for a second. I didn't even really mean to do it.
It's a stray thought that could have had huge consequences. Don't do stuff like that without.
I thought it before I meant to.
Honestly,
I just
even
thought
if
fuck
you
it for a second and thought, no, I'm not going to do it, and then that happened.
Scamp, even if Celestia had made the conscious decision to make the conscious decision to not do that, how would we have known?
We wouldn't. That's why we've got to watch our thoughts. We know. We've already tried this. We've been playing with how you can change time with your thoughts. We literally did this yesterday.
This isn't about changing time. This is about a choice that we actively make. I suppose any choice we actively make changes time.
Exactly. So every choice we make has to be thought out now.
Celestia, I had a moment.
No, this is not your fault. Fuck.
I just didn't fucking want to. We have other stuff to do. I don't care about the Grail.
Spirits, damn it! I wish I could kill that woman again.
Don't wish
like
that.
At least once a day.
Why would no? That means she has to be alive again. Don't even no. We've had enemies we've had to kill twice. Let's not even consider wishing that.
It's like.
Oh, I just meant in a weird...
Jeffrey extends his monkey's paw for a moment.
You don't know who's listening.
I just meant in a weird sort of, timeless, consequenceless bubble. I just like the experience. I didn't mean I actually want to kill her again.
Yeah, you wish you could relive the best day of your life again. That wasn't the best day of my life. I'm just saying.
Just look at... I'm sorry.
I think we need to be careful.
I got frustrated. I didn't want to. I didn't do it on purpose.
It's reasonable. You've no, personal reason to want that. But...
sick of being fucking beholden to shitty fucking people.
Yeah. You understand why, even though it was something I absolutely do want to do, I was never going to make a deal to that effect with Olga Gristlegums.
Shut up.
Corzin does.
You have 2 uses left on your right today.
Sorry, I didn't mean to snap at you.
It's alright, don't worry.
We just did the whole, I didn't make a deal. I was like, fuck you.
No, and you know that's not what I meant. Of course it isn't. And
I still shouldn't have snapped, I'm sorry. And I shouldn't have been stupid in the first place.
I'm just sorry that you're still beholden to that bitch after everything that's happened.
I'd say I'd go back and do things differently, but I wouldn't.
No, neither would I. Alright.
Scamp.
Yeah?
I'm sorry. I'll try and do better.
We're all idiots just trying to work out what we're doing. But don't put yourself at risk like that.
Still learning.
Yeah. We all are. No one stops learning.
Like, let's be dumb with mercenaries and big old armies instead, because there are some things we shouldn't be done with. Let's get all our stupid out on negotiating with bandits and all that sort of thing. What? No, they didn't like that word. What were they? Outlaws.
Outlaws, darling, yes.
I try always to be done with at least nice stuff. You know, like offering your wife to be a random ring that your friend gives you.
But let's not be dumb about anything to do with Olga. We've faced enemies that we've had to kill. Like, how many times did we have to kill Stringer Smith? Or that...
In my case, thrice.
Or that... I've forgotten the person's name. I hate them that much. The one that killed me as a child? That one?
Oh, arsehole. Arsehole, yeah.
Yeah, that one.
The glutton.
The glutton, yeah. Like, how many times do we have to kill him?
Oh, like, so many. That was us being stupid, though. We didn't cut
100% more times than we should have done. We should have taken his head off, yes.
Yeah, we're idiots.
We know that now. We have not made that mistake since.
I still hate us for that, if I'm honest.
Yeah, no, me too.
And none of us are ever going to make that mistake again.
Yeah, but
no.
The point is, people come back sometimes. So let's not joke about it. Let's take no risks, not with Olga. Because I have that nightmare far too often. And the fact and the fact that I have that nightmare, and I'm sure you do too, means that she exists in the Dreamfold now.
Well,
if we ever end up back in the Dreamfold, I will bear that in mind. Trust me.
So let's not even joke about her. Please?
It wasn't supposed to be light and joking. It wasn't the intention. I just had a stupid stray thought. I got angry. I acted on it. Try and be more careful.
Sorry.
And one thing Olga is not as funny. Yeah.
No.
You there. Was not. Was.
And will never be.
Oh, does feel like although she's dead, she's still hanging over us, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Yes, and I hate it. I really actively hate it. Because my friends, Regent, damn it, deserve better.
So tired.
Corzin sits down and just fumes for a bit, sipping his coffee.
Scamp, if you want, I can make this coffee taste of something that's not coffee.
No, it'll still do the weird buzzy thing that gives me a headache.
Well, I can't stop that, that's fair enough. I just wanted to offer you something nice. It doesn't feel fair that we have hot stuff and you don't.
That's alright.
Isn't your, Wait, sorry, out of character clarification. Does Scamp still have their bowl with them?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. You could make some hot chocolate.
No, I use up all the charges first thing so that no one else gets tempted.
Fair enough.
I eat a lot of chocolate every morning.
Sorry.
No, don't be sorry. It's the best excuse to eat chocolate I've ever had.
Thank you for making this sacrifice for me. You're such a good friend. You're so brave.
It's a hard burden, but it's what I'm willing to bear.
Chocolate, hard drugs, deadly neurotoxins, all things the bowl can produce.
Deadly neurotoxin would be useful, not to imbibe, but...
Yep, but I'll just make it for chocolate every day.
Thank you, though.
That's alright.
Helps not to be able to nick it from you.
Exactly. I figured. I trust you, but, you know, anything I can do to make your life simpler.
I don't trust me sometimes. Not with that.
We can all have moments of weakness, can't we?
No, I'm perfect. Yeah,
Like
yeah.
you are.
Yes, of course you are.
I feel
And he
inferior when I'm
claps
around
you
you.
on the
You're
back.
just flawless.
Scamp, as you're laughing,
You're a dick.
I've realised this has been going for like 2
we also
episodes,
I've
but
been waiting for it. Where is
yeah,
it down?
this seems as good a time as any. Roll a D100.
I'm already doing it. 21. That sounds like a bad number.
Everything sounds like a
21.
bad
Doesn't
number.
sound like a good
21?
number?
Nothing ever sounds good on the Wild Magic table.
Oh, okay.
Well, 100 gives you...
You just feel a weird sort of tingle through your body, but unless something happens in the next minute that it involves you casting a spell, there is no apparent effect.
Ooh.
What?
I just feel like my spells might be good right now.
Okay.
You know what? You're out of combat, so I'm just going to do the thing I did before. Just make a note that the next spell you cast, this applies to.
That's fun.
Okay. Where's my pen gone? Where's it gone?
Pen
There it
and
is.
D&D.
I've lost all my
Chaos.
pencils.
Dangerously. All of my notes are in pencil.
I've lost my pencil.
A lot of my notes are in pencil. I'm the DM.
Chaos. Chaos, I tell
Chaos.
you.
Speaking of chaos, is there any further scrying you wish to do?
I think we sit and be weird with coffee for a while. Celestia goes, we do now have a thing
A
we need to
suggestion,
discharge.
you don't have to take it. If we know where Quilena is, roughly speaking,
We don't really.
is it worth trying to find out where the rest of your family are? Like Adrin, your mother?
We could have a look. They said there were 3 units of Ebengard. There are 3 people I'm worried about coming.
I can understand that.
My dad won't come. He'll be tending his flowers. But, like, he'll be busy with, I don't know, dad things. But my mother and Adrian are the 2. My mother's the one I'm more worried about, but she's never been scryable. Does she have a necklace or something? Like, it might be worth trying. Next
I
time she's in a
honestly think
scryable location or whatever.
Yeah, I honestly think that's worth it.
What do you reckon?
For your peace of mind, if nothing else.
Yeah.
I want to know. I want to know what she's doing. I'm sick of not knowing what she's doing. Should I give it a try?
Yeah.
Yeah.
If not, I guess tomorrow we try Adrian.
We've still got 2, haven't you? Or it might be worth saving one just in case.
Oh yeah, we still do have 2 actually. We could do both today.
And then we've got to discharge it.
Yeah. Let's see how it goes. One question might answer the other.
Yeah.
Indeed.
Yeah.
Show me my mother the next time she's in a Scrabble location. Spin the eye.
The eye spins. You plunge down, and the sea rises around you. Deep, strangely, for a few moments, before a bubble rises out of the depths and comes towards you. The image is janky, uncertain, like it's flickering, as if you're cut, and it's weirdly, you come into it seeing a hand, a charcoal-skinned hand reach down and grab something that you can't make out and pull it away before the image starts to break down around you. And you see... where would this be? Where is this most likely to happen? You see the steps of a building. Something like a... No, it wouldn't be the steps. You see an auditorium. It's empty. It looks almost like something that reminds you of the auditorium of the palace, of the courts of justice, like a seat of government or something. White stone around you, a dome above, and as the fragments of mirror start to break and crumble and peel away, an image begins to resolve. You can see there are... who would be here? 1, 2, 3. There are 6 figures in the room. Yeah, 6. No, this wouldn't be 6. What's the most likely? It would be 2. It would just be the pair of you. You can see 2 figures in this room, standing, one fallen. On the ground between you is the blood-soaked, deceased form of a drow woman. The cold, proud features, glassy, dead eyes. Her white hair stained red with her own blood. A blade, basket-hilted blade by her side. She has... it's hard to make out her exact injuries. And standing up and stepping away from her is a slightly manically grinning, fury-eyed Quelena. Opposite is you. You have a number of cuts across your body. You can see the rainbow spirit is crackling with... it seems almost strangely like it's not quite in control. Rainbow flames burst out of it on occasion. And both of you look as if you've just come through a battle. Quelena is holding something you can't see, something mirrored in her hand. But in her other is her own blade. Well, We knew it would always come down to this, didn't we? She says to you.
Do you want me to just play
Future
it?
Celestia.
Okay.
You would not comment on this, I'm going to say, because you know what just happened. You know who just killed Nivara. But respond as you might to your sister.
Suppose we did, didn't we?
It should have been. It was going to be mine, you know. All of it. It should have been mine. You never wanted any of it.
You really think she would have trusted you with it? Have you seen yourself? You're like a rabid dog.
Her clothes are a little ripped from the fight. It looks like as if the pair of you circle around your mother's corpse, as if in a brief pause before the next moment of battle.
No one's ever trusted you. You've always been volatile. You've always been fucking useless.
I've been useless. You were the useless one.
No, I just wanted different things. There's a difference. There's a difference between being useless at what you want and wanting different things.
Did you want this?
I don't know.
Because I did. Not like this. But they answer to me now. I know you had your plans. I know you saw things going a certain way, Trowley, dear.
I've seen more than you could possibly guess, darling.
Well then. Let's see if you saw this. And she wraps the necklace around herself and vanishes from your sight. And there's a few moments as you just see yourself begin a battle with a, to your past self, invisible combatant.
Future me would cast Fairy Fire, but I don't know how
it
far you want to take this.
It doesn't show up to you. No,
yeah.
Quilena is completely hidden from your sight. You're not even seeing her outline in mirrored form. A fight emerges, and honestly, just roll me a d20.
Okay. Oh god, which d20 do I roll?
Because I don't know. I don't know how the odds fall on this.
The rainbow one.
Okay.
17.
Okay. The fight continues for a solid minute before you watch future you. There's a couple of moments like the rainbow thunderwave, the one where you kind of the destructive smite gets unleashed 3 times during the course of this. Sections of this amphitheater get blasted apart. Several stab wounds appear on yourself. There's a point where you furiously drink a potion. You ding the xylophone on at your back. You hear the sound of explosions outside, and at that point you turn and react as if Quilena said something a little witty, but not that witty.
Sounds about right.
And
yeah,
it does, doesn't
it? What spell would you? I'm going to assume your higher level slots are exhausted by this point. What spell would you cast if she was trying to run?
Oh, on her?
Mm-hmm.
Gish.
Yeah. You see yourself call out. What would you say?
Stop.
Okay.
I feel like it rings through the amphitheater.
Just going to check a thing.
Oh no, actually that wouldn't work. I can't do a thing that means the person is immediately in harm's way. And stop would mean that. So I'm going to retract that.
I just quickly check.
I don't know what I do. I wasn't prepared for this.
I think that maybe you do the command stop.
Yeah.
So that's the thing that came to you. You would call out the command stop. Where are my notes for Corlena? And I'll just see what she would do.
I don't know. I don't know if I do something better. I don't know what slots I have. I don't know anything.
I'm going to assume I'm saying that everything wore out. This is an image of the future. In that moment, you have. It's been a minute-long fight. You have burned through almost everything. I'll say that you do a command.
Okay.
For the sake of this, because this is.
Yeah, I'm
not making you fight. I'm not making you fight this fight now. So.
I'm using the Mantle of Majesty ability.
You use the Mantle of Majesty. You call it out. But it seems that she runs, and you watch yourself race after her.
Yeah.
You remain by your mother's corpse.
Sort of have a look at it for a minute.
Okay. She appears to be wearing a dark red and black dress. There are definitely stab wounds on the body. She has fallen on her back.
I'm going to run after me if I still can.
You try to run, but you get barely a few steps away before the edge of the bubble appears.
Yeah.
You're focused on Navarra.
Fair.
And eventually the walls close in. And you return to the surface.
Oh, that was something.
What happened?
Well, it doesn't look like it's any time soon, I think. We're in some sort of amphitheatre. She was dead. Quilena was there. I don't know which of us had done it.
Well,
we were having a fight.
Well, that does answer the question.
An explosion happened outside.
Oh.
And then we ran off.
Well, that would seem to suggest that your mother has an item that prevents her from being scryed.
A necklace. Yeah. Quilena took it.
Alright. Well,
good to know.
I think this rather,
I think I should get one.
Yeah, if we can find
really urgently.
Yeah, or, well, whatever we can do to prevent Quilena from getting there and taking it herself.
Well, no, let's just get a new one. It doesn't have to be the same one.
No.
I mean, if one is available somewhere, yes, absolutely. But, I mean, that strikes me as a pretty rare kind of item.
Oh, I know those enchanters. It's worth asking.
Yeah.
Yep, absolutely.
Worst thing that happens is they say no, then we think of something else.
Yeah. Alright. That must have been a lot.
Yeah. Yeah, it was a bit.
You currently have 2 future tallies.
If you don't want to do Adron, you don't have to.
You could. That's then 3 to discharge, isn't it?
I mean, the discharge is going to have to happen at some point anyway, but I'm more thinking about how you are right here, right now.
Weird.
Don't doubt it.
Felt simultaneously a lot and not a lot with her being dead. It was weird.
Yeah.
Weirdly enough, I completely understand.
I don't know which of us did it. I genuinely don't know. She had stab wounds, but that could just be because Quilena was in the fight too.
Or because you ran out of spells.
Maybe. I mean, I suck with a rapier. I don't think I could kill my mother with a rapier. She's terrifying with a rapier. Unless I get really good in the next few months.
If
Future has like a scar across one eye.
A little goatee is the darkest timeline.
You didn't look. You didn't look like markedly different from how you are now, right?
Well, I'm an elf. It's hard to tell, isn't it?
So it's hard to tell age-wise. You were wearing some. You were still wearing the. I think you were still wearing the dragon skin outfit.
Probably. Same clothes.
All right. Well,
it happens today.
That's an easy enough indication as any, but
I'll just never commission anything or fighty. No, I'll commission something immediately. That would be the best thing to do.
Yeah.
And I won't be wearing that outfit. It won't happen. We'll be fine.
Why
were you two not there? That's what freaks me out. What were you two doing?
Know.
Why weren't you in the room?
We were blowing something up.
Maybe. I don't know.
Yeah.
The fact that we aren't there with you does seem weird, though.
It is weird.
I would want to be with you if that was what you were going through.
Well, whenever something major, like a major fight, is happening that I'm looking at, I assume you'll be there.
Yeah.
The fact that we're not applies that we can't be for whatever reason, which disturbs me.
Did you say it was a weird crackly one? It was like there was something. Is that just because it was her coming into focus as she died, or is it because it's unlikely to happen that way?
I don't know. I mean, it felt like... I don't know. I mean, Quilena had the necklace. I wonder if she'd nicked it when she died, if she'd, like, yanked it off her or something.
Yeah.
And it crackled as it broke, you know?
Yeah, it could just be that.
Or, I mean, it could be that it's unlikely to happen. I don't know.
Anyway, did you recognise the place? Was there any way of telling anything about where it was?
It is not a place you've been before.
Never been there.
But was there any sign of, like, sky or style of architecture or...
You were in an indoor white stone auditorium. I guess there would have been windows. You might have seen some blue skies outside, but they were high up windows.
Okay, there was sky though.
There was sky. It was an above ground location.
Okay, we're not in the Underdark. Definitely sky.
That's reassuring.
Yeah, really, really nice, to be honest. That's glad about that.
Also, it means that she's above ground at some point in the relative future.
Well, she's probably above ground now because everyone underground wants her dead.
Well,
that
she
would
was.
Seem...
I'm pretty sure she was above ground when I was kidnapped. They said she was on the surface doing business and she'd be back soon and she'd meet me at home to have words or whatever.
But
if she's got a thing that prevents her from being scried, she could be anywhere. But
Adrian didn't really have reason to lie at that point.
Yeah, but we don't know that she's told Adrian anything true.
Oh, true. She doesn't tell him shit.
How much does she respect him?
Not much.
How much does she trust him?
Honestly, I think if he was a girl, she'd probably trust him a lot.
He does seem to be, insofar as things go, the
model Rothenal child, yeah.
I was going to say a for whatever this is worth, a dutiful child, but
no, he's the perfect Rothenal child. He's just not a girl. He was always better at stuff than either of us. I don't want to look at him tonight.
No, let's not.
That's
Let's do that
entirely
tomorrow,
fair enough.
Maybe. A bit much.
Right.
I don't really want to know anything else terrifying today.
Yeah.
And I don't think I was first on his list anyway, so hopefully he's not, imminently here.
Oh, true. All right.
We should probably discharge these, though, shouldn't we?
Yeah.
Yes,
Three of you
for
are kind of essentially
safety's
currently
sake.
sat on like a picnic blanket over the mud off the road, away from the road.
This is the shittest picnic ever.
Huh.
Yep.
It's actually the picnic blanket that your packed lunch was.
Soggy, sad little packed lunch.
Oh no!
I dry it off with prestidigitation.
It's a little weird. It's like the bread is now slightly too dry.
I feel like I ruined this packed lunch. I'm sorry.
No, it was pre-ruined. You're alright.
I just have ruined it again, but different.
I think this is a preferable ruin.
I think I prefer slightly dry bread to literally wet bread.
Yeah.
Not what anyone wants.
So, you sit Celestia down on the soggy blanket, tie her up, then take out the eye and the ring, place one in front of the other, and as you stare at the eye through the ring, you feel yourself fall into that sea. Roll a d6, please. First one.
3.
Okay. So, you feel yourself falling, and as a bubble rushes up towards you, you are in... Looks like you are in a town, fishing town. Looks like there's harbour around you. You look down, you're shorter. You appear to be a halfling, and you can tell they're actually a crowd of halfling children all around you.
Oh,
my fucking Norris.
You have trousers with yellow and red patches on.
That's amazing. Yes.
Big bushy grey beard.
Big hat with a feather in it.
There's a pipe in your mouth that you can feel.
I have no reason to put together who I am as Celestia.
No, you have the slightest idea. And one of the...
Coulson might have described Nora at some point.
You've mentioned him plenty of times. I don't know if you've described him once.
Yeah. Even if you had, I might not have got it. It's just like it's this random person you mention in passing every so often.
And the one of the halflings' children is looking up at you. So, how does it start?
How does what start?
You were telling us the tale about these three strange people you met, and you said you just said the first part of it.
What did I say? I've zoned out for a second. I've got all weird.
Pretty old.
I'm very old.
I've heard it's 200.
Hang on, how old did you say I was?
Is it true you're really 200 years old?
Yes. I'm going to say yes.
The little one, a little girl at the front goes,
You said it was the 7th of falling leaves, 1797, by the Regency calendar, on the continent of Jova, in a little Wendish port on the Dragon Coast by the name of Sparrow's Cove.
Yes, he's got the file open. That's what's happening.
You fucker, Jace, I love you. Fucking hell.
Right, well. What happened was, okay, there was this, like, amazingly good-looking drow. Like, she was fucking gorgeous. Just beautiful, amazing hair, great personality, magnificent boobs, the whole package. And there was also this really tiny little halfling man with a really frowny face, was really grumpy, and had like loads of swords and guns and shit, just so armed. Nobody knows why he needed that many, but he did, loads of them. And there was this little pink child in a beard, because...
Do you spend the next 10 minutes telling the story? Yeah.
In a very, like, stupid Celestia way. I'm going
to have to do this at some point.
Yeah, so, meanwhile...
Oh...
I almost want to hand over to you for this one, Sam. Potentially.
Right.
Yeah, I don't want to play Norrit. That feels weird.
Okay.
So...
Could you do Norrit and Corzin?
Yeah,
Is that okay?
Yeah, I think I can.
So Celestia blinks. Norrit Najason.
Hello? You know what? I forgot to do the language thing again. Oh well.
It is the...
Never remember.
What is it? It is the year 1821.
1821. Okay.
Yes.
Bloody hell.
You have, as a result of your ventures, made your way to the back to Barnacle Point. It's been a few decades since you've been here. The town is finally kind of rebuilding to some level, and you just and as part of your deals, you've been saddled with a bunch of children. You actually we're about to tell them the story of these 3 individuals you met back in the height of the Sundran War of Independence.
Okay.
And then, just as you're about to begin, you open up and you see 2 figures you've met once before.
Oh.
Hello? What year is it?
That's a bit strange.
Yeah, you had a fall? Is that what we're going with these days?
That doesn't sound quite like me. I mean, the ground's not that far. Oh, it is quite far.
Oh,
This is rather strange.
You've been drinking?
That does sound at least plausible, but,
okay.
Out of character. If I've met these 2 individuals before, would I know them by name?
I think you would. By this point.
All right.
Yeah, you probably get an introduction.
I'm so excited to meet these characters. What?
Yeah, okay. Because of the laws of causality, they will not have mentioned that this experience happened because it hadn't happened at the point when this trip started.
Oh, hello there. Oh, it's Scamp, isn't it?
Yes.
And Corzin. Oh, you've grown. Right then. Well, this is rather strange. I was literally just about to tell a story about the 3 of... and he looks down. Oh, bugger.
Yeah, it's a magic thing? Does that sound likely?
I don't doubt it, right. Well,
Sorry, just to check your memory is fine, could you tell us your name? And the year?
I'm Norit Nadgerson, and, last I checked, it was, 1821. Yes. So I was calling? And I was just about to tell a bunch of children who I was looking after exactly all about you lot. It's amazing.
Yeah.
It's amazing how one's mind wanders, but I think it might have wandered a little bit farther than I intended.
Yeah, a little bit back as well.
Oh, Regent. Right.
It's
so
alright, we'll get you home in like a few minutes.
I mean, that'd explain it. You're a mite younger than I expected you to be.
Yeah, it's a magic.
I'm speaking of Corzin, of course, but and Corzin says, this is a bit weird. All right, Norit. Glad to know that you're still alive. I honestly thought you went out with Barnacle Point when the Kraken came. And Norit replies, oh, no. It takes more than the Kraken to take Norit Nadgerson down. Don't you worry about that. I'll tell you what, though. It was a fantastic way I got out. Anyway, sorry, what were you saying?
You know what? I want to hear this story.
Well, you see, the thing was, right, I was up on the cliff overlooking Barnacle Point, and I knew that there was a storm coming in. And I had a bunch of children about me, you know, Corzin, how I always used to be. And there was this bunch of children, and I could see that there was a storm front coming in. I could hear the rumble of thunder and the first patter of rain on the ground. And I said to them, no, we better be getting inside now, there's a storm coming in. And I went back into the house, and I told them a story about this glass bauble that I'd got that had a storm cloud in it. Unfortunately, what I didn't realise at the time was that this was a magical item. And I believe it was, what was it? Copper Kettle? That was his name, yes. I think he dropped it, and of course then we had a storm cloud inside the house, which wasn't the best idea. Anyway, I went out to find a broom, and I saw the first wave hit the harbour. And then I saw the cracks of lightning once, twice, thrice, 4 times, 5 times. And then it must have hit the powder store, and the whole thing exploded in a great big fireball. That's it, a great big fireball. And I gathered up the children, and I moved off. I gathered them all, and we went into what was left of the woods that overlooked the town. And we stood there, and we saw the whole ordeal. There was horrible things. It was one of the most disturbing sights I've ever seen. But eventually, the waves receded. I saw the tentacles rise up out of the sea and start scooping whole heaps full of buildings into its maw. Wow. And there was one great big eye staring at seemingly everything. Anyway, we stood there, and I made sure that everyone was safe, and that the water seemed to grow higher and higher and higher past most of the buildings in the town. But eventually, they couldn't get any higher, and they eventually sloshed back out into the shore, leaving behind the wreckage. There was precious little left of the town, and I could do nothing but just comfort everyone who was around me, all these children, some of whom that was the only home they'd ever known. Anyway, we went back into the house, and for the next couple of days, we just stayed there. I had enough food in. We were all well provided for. And about maybe half a week later, went down to assess the wreckage, see who was still alive. I had a word with Green Bottle, the mayor, and Corzin at that point went, "Bastard!"
Oh. Okay.
And he said that there was very few people left. It was a unbelievably sad time, but we managed to reunite the children with what families that some of them had left, and those who didn't have anyone, well, they came to live with me afterwards, and we lived together. And it was only the right thing to do, and I'm sure it was a place that their parents felt they were safe. So
they were. You're amazing.
Well, thank you. I did my best.
You're my favourite person that's ever come out of Celestia.
Well, they looked after the estate, such as it was, from then on. I moved around a little bit afterwards, but I always checked back in on them periodically. And there was. I remember actually it was my nephew. His family started a cider farm, which I was part of for a while. But that's an entirely different story. He was a lucky one, that one though. He always seemed to just get himself out of trouble, much the same as me. I think it must run in the family. But in any case,
I can't wait to meet you properly.
Well, it was a memorable occasion, I'll tell you that.
And just as you were about to stop saying how you met, the 10 minutes comes to an end.
And if anyone is unaware of this and fucking loves Norrit, you get one of those a month that is less improvised by Sam on our Patreon. I'm sorry, but I had to do the producer thing because that was so amazing. If you love Norrit, go over there. There's a lot more Norrit to be had. There really is.
That was perfect. Thank you so much.
Everyone loves Norrit. Norrit is everything.
Well, 1 in 6 chance of getting Norrit.
Let's do it. He was perfect. I love him so much. That was wonderful.
I was going to say, I didn't get a little card for Norrit, so I was just riffing.
Yeah, that's fine.
I could honestly listen to 4 hours of you being Norrit and just not get bored.
Well, give it time. Hopefully there will be that many Norrit's tall tales.
Oh.
So
Celestia wakes up
available
with
now on Patreon.
Celestia has another.
She
two.
does.
We have 2 tallies to go through. So before Celestia can wake up,
we didn't do 3.
Another one.
We did 2.
Another one. Yeah. Sorry, we had 2 total. So as Norrit is halfway through this, he blinks, and as someone else opens their eyes.
Oh, bugger!
Celestia, roll a d6. Re-roll if it's a 3.
Okay. 4.
Okay. You are you're just about telling the tale of how you got attacked by the Harris Hawks, suitably fluffed up, when everything shifts. You find yourself back in the sea and pull back out again into. Trying to think about where this would be. Into open water. You are treading water, actually, holding onto a broken piece of shattered hull. Looking around, you can see there is the breaking apart, flaming portion of a ship around you. There are a number of ships around you. Some have... I'm trying to think. 2. One still, actually, has red sails. One used to have red sails until it was shattered. And circling around are 5-masted junks with silvery wood. One of the 2 junks is sailing around and is sort of sailing in a curve, and behind it is a curtain of flame being deposited out of the back on the water. Whatever causes the flame just floats on the water's surface and just creates a literal wall of fire after it, blocking off the path of the ships. The other ship, whose crimson sails bear the distinctive twists and turns of tentacles being struck by a ship's ram, is banking hard to avoid the flames. The flames are putting out thick smoke into the air as well, blending with already a kind of cloudy and misty day to make it very hard to see the exact details of what's happening. You find yourself coughing reflexively. There's smoke in your lungs, and looking around and looking down, you see yourself. You can work out you have a navy blue waistcoat that you can see, a matching a dark purple shirt, a matching coat. You can see just flash as you look at your hands. You see you have pinkish purple skin.
Am I Vasilisa?
No,
I'm Victory.
Not purple enough. Your instinct here is Victory.
Okay.
Yeah. What do you wish to do? Everything is broken and on fire.
Look around, see if I can see any people.
Okay, you look around. Yes, there are crew. Some crew have dived already. Some are swimming for the Kraken's Bane. Others are scrambling into longboats. But in the wreck of the ship, which appears to have actually been rammed and partly broken, but more importantly is literally on fire from some sort of sticky, or from the sticky orangey substance of alchemist's flame, or what in this case you'd call elven fire, burning to it. That seems to be where most of the damage is going. You can see that there are still some crew aboard it fighting off boarders as black-haired and red-haired tan-skinned reavers are locked in combat with the crew, wielding spears, tooth-tipped spears, or stolen steel blades. There's a pause. You see just a billowing of orange and the explosion of a fireball, blasting a couple of them away before you catch sight of the form of Vasilisa, wounded, a little burned, though with that tiefling resistance to fire, fighting off 3 reavers with a sword and with magic.
Okay. Do the other junkers look like reavers?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, they're all reavers. Okay. Look at how the Kraken's Bane is doing. If I can see it, if I can't, don't worry.
Glance over it. The Kraken's Bane's taken a bit of damage, but is still holding its own. They seem the majority of the tanks seem to have focused on the basilisk.
Okay. Can I see any people in the Kraken's Bane?
Yes. Give me a perception check.
That's 14.
Okay. Yes. So the Kraken's Bane is in the process of essentially wheeling around to try and fire on the junks. Corzin and Scamp, in this situation, what would you do? Celestia, in this situation, what would you do?
If we're under attack, I would be trying to get the best maneuver to return fire.
Yeah, you'd be focusing on returning fire with the cannons.
I'm probably running around either giving people inspiration or
you're busy
sending
on the ship.
Intimidating things
Scamp.
to
I'm
whatever
looking
captain.
for victory. If that's what's happened,
In which case, you look around. You can see Corzin. You can see Celestia just on the ship. But you look up and you see. I think this is what you would probably fly, wouldn't you, Scamp?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Question: how close are these ships to the Kraken's Bane?
Fairly close. You're not quite within swivel gun range, but you are within cannon fire range, and there is an exchange of shots.
I might yell up to Scamp if we are within that sort of range of fireballing. Essentially, are we within fireball range?
Scamp can get within fireball range.
I would yell up, Scamp, glass them!
Yeah.
Busy.
So you look up and you catch Scamp's gaze up above. Future Scamp, you see Violet down below, treading water.
Violet?
Not Violet. You see Victory down below, treading water. You also see Violet fighting 3 reavers. There is actually another crew member nearby, a halfling who is fighting with a blade. It's kind of like not quite that sort of action movie back to back, but something similar.
I guess I would hold up a hand so Scamp could come get me.
Okay, you hold up a hand. Scamp flies
Seems like
down.
the thing
The
to do.
pair of you pull up. As you do so, you look down and you see that Vasilisa points at one of the reavers. There's a flash of green light. It's a little bit of Vada Kedavra style, but instead of just falling over, they turn to ash.
Jesus.
Yeah.
Okay.
Another one lays into her though. They stab her in the leg. She goes down. The Reaver raises kind of like a club. There is a blast from above as a carefully positioned fireball throws them out of the way, and then the third one, almost from your kind of bit your attention focuses from it, but you see two blasts of fire strike into the side of them and knock them away. You're a little unsure what that is until you look back and you see the halfling sailor behind Vasilisa. Their eyes burn with some sort of light, and they stab, and you see them thrust the blade through Vasilisa's back. Her back arches for a moment before the halfling slumps, before she slumps to the ground.
So some sort of spell.
It's the halfling's eyes seem to be
they were blazing, but did I see anyone do anything?
With a green light.
Okay.
And they just stab Vasilisa in the back. She's very wounded already. She's heavily injured, and it's just a moment of treachery and betrayal. You watch as the halfling kneels down, whispers something to her, looks at her, and then just the rest of the body seeming to go limp, apart from his head and face, flies straight up into the sky.
Oh, it's Thurling. Shit,
What?
It's Thurling.
Oh, shit.
Flame skull. Oh dear.
Yeah, now as you look up, you see the eyes burn away, replaced by two green flames. And just this hanging body just sails away into the distance.
I mean, I honestly can't blame you, but fuck.
The battle continues, but mostly with fending off with the majority of actually managing to fend off the Reavers, driving them into a retreat, gathering the rest, but eventually you find yourself pulling back. And we'll pick up on the other side of that now with a moment where Norrit, halfway through beginning to explain how you met, blinks. What?
Hello.
Where am I? What? We need to get to the ship. Scamp?
Oh. Hello? Where do you think you are? Who do you think you are?
You have told Victory about... Have you told Victory about this stuff up to this point? About this sort of thing happening?
Not really, I don't think.
No,
it's not mine to tell.
Then she would be confused. Scamp, it's me. Wait, she looks down.
Yeah.
Fuck. Wait. She starts thinking, putting two together. This... No, Mum told me about this happening. Are you doing something with the...
Victory?
Yes.
Oh.
Look, we've just been... Okay.
What can you tell us that's important? I guess.
Okay. We just got attacked by Reavers. They just rammed the side of the basilisk and set it on fire.
Where?
Okay. It's about the 8th of First Flurries.
I totally have a pen somewhere. There it is.
Yeah, it's I think it's the 8th of First Flurries.
Yeah.
1798.
Oh bloody hell. Okay. Are you okay?
No. Last I saw, Mum was fighting off some reavers.
Okay.
But I don't know if
Do you know why they're attacking? What they want? Where they've come from? Is this unexpected?
Maybe. Yes. She looks down. Trying to think about how this would work. No, something else has happened. She's visible, even though you're in a weird position. Yes. Ooh, what would that do? That would do something interesting. I'm just thinking about...
I think we break the DM.
I'm thinking about the mechanics of what has just happened. I'm actually going to change something.
I mean, if Nora didn't break the DM.
I will change something because I need to undo a plot hole I've written. You did not see Celestia. You saw Corzin, but you did not see Celestia on the ship.
Okay.
Okay.
Because this happened. Maybe. Mum said, Mum let you, Celestia, borrow her necklace. She was keeping up the spell on herself to stay hidden. But if someone dispelled that, or if it wore off, they could have found her. Maybe.
Okay, so the Reavers are looking for her?
They've been looking for her for years. I think she stole something from them a long time ago.
Ah, right. Okay.
Must have created a moment of vulnerability.
So we need to not take the necklace from her. Unless this is this battle is not going well, right?
Not great. We were caught by surprise. They went for us on a day when it was pretty misty. Managed to get in quickly, close enough to use their trebuchets.
Misty day. Okay. Is there anything else that would be useful for us to know, like a few months ago? I did write the date down. It is
the
9th full ripeness.
Full ripeness.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, you've got like 2 months. What do you want to know?
Any major events that would be useful for us to know in advance?
There's a war broken out in East Sunder. Between the orcs and the colonies there. You were involved in that.
Whoops.
Something about tea. What else? You were... I think you mentioned something about getting some about you found out a bit about the about the trials Brandy left under the mansion. Didn't really say from who. Just met someone who'd done one of them and survived, but hadn't gone the whole way through. Trying to think of stuff that would be relevant to you. There's not a lot I can give you. Our cannons outrange the trebuchets at full. Outrange the trebuchets at full range that the Reavers have, but the Reavers, they can fire the trebuchets faster than we can reload the cannons.
Okay.
And they can put out a lot of elven fire when they do it. If they can get close enough, they're very specialized ship killers. They can also do a thing where they lay trails of fire to cut off ships from sailing through.
Okay.
I got hit by something. I'm not really sure what. Knocked me out of the air.
Are you all right?
I don't know. I hit the water and then I woke up here.
Oh. Okay.
For all I know, I don't know if it knocked me out. I don't know if... She stares into the middle distance for a moment and then immediately shuts down that thought. I guess I'll find out.
Yeah.
When I get back. Is that how this works?
You're not dead. You can't be dead. You're here.
Right.
Also, if we change the future, this never happened to you, so you won't remember this anyway.
Wait, do I stop existing?
I think it's more
this
you never
potential
existed.
version of you stops existing. Maybe.
That's not reassuring.
The potential version of you where you die stops existing.
Okay.
You might not be dying.
Ah!
Yeah. This
Okay,
is why,
I can see.
This is a bad idea.
How it is that they always said that Brandy was insane. Although that might just be the really loving murder.
Yeah, I think he might have been insane before this. I don't know. But it is a lot. It's a lot for a brain to get yourself around.
Yes.
Okay. Could you untie me?
Yeah, you're the last one, I think.
Yeah, alright. But what are you gonna do?
I just want to walk around. This is really hurting my shoulders. I feel like I've been tied up for 15 minutes.
Yeah, that's about right.
It's been 15 minutes for your body, Celestia.
Oh, true, yeah.
And Corzin would have tied you up well.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Yeah. Victory in Celestia's body kind of stands up and rolls her shoulders a bit.
God, look how tall you are.
Yeah, enjoy that. I know. I'm really sorry this had to happen to you. It's not pleasant at all.
It's fine. Oh, you said you found... You said you were on the road to finding something out about those giants.
Did I say where I found out about the giants?
We started talking about it. We got interrupted. It was with the ashy the people from East Sunder.
Yes.
The ones with the bird eyes.
Yes.
Oh. All right. Yeah.
Yeah. No, you said you went and spoke to them, and they had some. They knew about that sort of thing. You didn't. I don't know. No, you didn't find a you didn't find a teleport circle, but you said you had a good idea. You started to get a good idea of where you might go looking for one, and also that maybe there was one under the sea somewhere.
Ooh, that won't be helpful. Maybe it will. Yeah. Ooh, okay. Well, that's really useful. Thank you.
No.
We're going to do everything we can with this information to help you. Rest assured.
Thank you. And one last thing. Whatever you do, you must absolutely make sure... Sorry, something in my throat. Not to give me any of those weird sausages. They taste so strange. The ones you brought back from Thunder's Watch.
Those are a masterpiece.
You.
I don't know if I want to know what that tastes like.
But they're wonderful, I'm sure. We're going to name one after us.
They're strange. They taste like meat, but they don't have the texture of meat.
Huh.
Interesting.
Maybe try them in a bun with like either tomato sauce or mustard.
Onions would be good.
Yeah.
Yes.
Onions would be... And then the 10 minutes end.
I fucking hate you.
And Celestia, you kind of blink and return. And you're actually out of your bonds. You're stood up.
I suppose it was Victory. She didn't need to be tied up, did she?
Is she alright?
She was when I left her. You'd got her out of the water. She was conscious,
right, that's good to know.
treading water. Okay, Violet wasn't, though.
Oh.
What happened?
Thurling.
Thurling?
Yeah.
Oh.
Thurling Thimbleberry?
Yeah, the Reavers were... How much did she tell you?
Reavers.
Yeah, Reavers were attacking. Her ship was down, another Scarlet Wind was down. We were still up, but not, like, doing amazingly. We were sort of turning away from the fire. But, yeah, she was fighting 3 Reavers, and then this halfling that she was fighting supposedly with, just, like, his eyes started glowing. He stabbed her in the back, and his fucking head flew off. Which sounds ridiculous when you say it out loud. But
no, well, he's a freaking skull.
Yeah. Like you saw the burning green flames in the eyes after the deed was done.
Yeah, and he literally flew off.
His head just yeah.
Yeah, it was him getting revenge. I don't know if he was in with the Reavers or he just took his chance, but...
Alright. Well, maybe the either talking to him about this we don't do right now, because that's... Fuck.
We should send to Fasilissa and warn her. Give her a description of the halfling and say, look, it's Thurling.
Yeah. Also, this happened because you borrowed her necklace. The Reavers have been looking for her.
I did wonder why
What's she done to the Reavers that's made them want to kill her?
Stole something, apparently.
Something.
Could it be the eye?
Maybe.
I mean, that's possible, but could it also be the freaking Holy Grail? Could it?
I mean, there's no reason it couldn't, but there's also no reason it could, you know? It's quite a leap.
Oh. Just when I thought this couldn't get any more complicated.
It can always get more complicated.
Yes, you're very wise there, Scamp. I fucking hell. Well, I'm glad Norrit's still alive, at least.
On the bright side, my 10 minutes as Norrit was pretty much the best 10 minutes I've ever had, and I can't pretend otherwise.
Where were you? What happened?
Apparently, I had just started telling the story of us 3. So I just sort of carried on and amused some children for 10 minutes. It was lovely, honestly.
Okay, Corzin literally folds at the knees and just sits down wherever he happens to be standing and has a very far away look in his eye like, we get to be a Norrit story.
Oh.
Fuck.
And that...
and he starts... laughing hysterically.
I think on that image of Corzin just really. Giggling to himself, laughing hysterically, we're gonna pick up next time. Thank you all very much for listening. Thank you all very much for playing. And farewell from all of us here at Flintlocks and Fireballs. Fair seas and natural 20s.
Now my life has been pretty strange. I've lived through things to give you mange. But back and forth through time to see, there's stranger things about those 3.
So gather your muskets, gather your spears, we'll plunder the shores of Calcinea. No kraken, storm or spell we fear, so come and sail with us, my dear.